new to the process. Our work sessions are a little more informal in process than our regular business meetings. For anybody who doesn't have a copy of our agenda and would like one, there's one on the back of the, in the back of the room on the cart there. We've got 5 regular items tonight, so I'd just like to kind of preview for council a little bit of our time schedule here. Our first item, the public safety progress update, we have a number of presenters. It's obviously a very, very important topic, and so I'm anticipating that's going to take at least an hour, perhaps as much as an hour and a half, and then we need to get our update on the Safe Routes to School plan. That will be before us next week at a regular business meeting, so we don't have to resolve everything about that, but if we can have as a goal being done with those first 2 items before our break at 7:30. That'll tee us up then for what'll be another lengthy presentation with our street fees presentation that could take another hour. So that will take us up to close to 8:30, maybe even a little bit beyond. And then item 4 is more of a scheduling discussion, and my goal would be to be done before 9 o'clock. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
10 o'clock.
The best laid plans of mice and men, something like that. Consistent with our discussions in the past, it's my understanding that we have a standing plan by council to allow for public comment on both agenda and non-agenda items at the very beginning also. This agenda hasn't been updated to reflect that, but I'll be working with staff to make sure it is in the future. And so in just a minute, we'll go to public comment on any items, both the agenda items and also non-agenda items. If you do want to leave and comment on an agenda item, that way you can do so. However, we don't want to have 2 bites at the apple. So if you make a comment at the very beginning, please refrain from making public comment then when that item comes up under the particular item that you're commenting on. And if you have anything that's not on our agenda at all, then you'll have an opportunity at the very beginning and you can leave. I know that we have several people here today with who would like an opportunity to comment on something that is not on our agenda tonight. So that will work out well for them, I suspect. So with that, before I move to public comment on any of the items tonight, Chris or council, do you have anything in the way of preliminaries, Chris?
I think in light of how big the agenda and all of our visitors, I don't have anything essential. And Gina Dahl and I, city attorney, did meet last week to go over a handful of changes to the agenda ordinance so that we can both change this, and we've been documenting things over the last few years that people have wanted tweaks and adjustments on. So those will be coming to you.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Purinton and Neese?
Mr. Boyette said that he has terrible Wi-Fi, so he won't be joining us, and he said he was 5 minutes late, so that's probably about 3 minutes ago. Okay,
all right, very good. Then we'll be seeing a couple, or at least one more council member here in just a minute. Councilmember Neese?
I was going to ask if we have anyone online. I think you answered my question about Mr. Boyette, your Councilmember Boyette, but anyone else? Is someone going to be monitoring that? Who should we be? Oh, thank you.
So Denise, if they raise their hand, please make sure that you let me know, okay? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Then with that, council, we'll open it up for public comment. So if anybody is with us tonight who would like to comment on anything either on our agenda or not on our agenda, you may do so at this time. We just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name up front. Please come to the podium and make sure is the podium on
Yes, it is.
The mic? Great.
Hello. I appreciate being able to come in tonight. It was suggested that we come in here tonight, even though it's officially scheduled for next Monday. So anyway, I live at 2417 Denton Drive. I've been there about 17 and a half years. In the past few years, well, I guess you, Mayor, maybe you remember what we went through here a few years ago.
And sorry, we just need your name also.
Oh, John Cutler.
Thank you.
and Roy Neese was also here. So I'm going to go through a little bit of review as quick as I can. What came up in our subdivision, I live down here. This portion over here was not under the covenant for patio homes like the Canal Vista wanted to do. All right, so because Roy Neese did a fine job and let my neighbor Kent and myself know about it, the whole neighborhood got together and we took this to court and we won. Praise God. What happened was, this is a smaller version. I'm showing this because I have some smaller other versions of 8.5 by 11 that I'm going to try and show you too. So anyway, what has come up now is the next version. Actually, the reason they lost this court case was because they weren't following the own covenant that they wrote themselves.
And Mr. Keller, just to let you know, we have not read anything. We just got these packets, so we really don't have a clue what this item's about yet.
Okay. I guess that's why I'm in here. I was going to email, but I'm doing it in person, face to face. So anyway, what was originally on there was this. Normal lots like I have down here and Kent has and so forth, that would have been a total of 79, what I call normal lots. So what we're doing, and I think you've heard about court packing. What we're trying to do now in this thing is court pack or subdivision pack everything that they wanted in this situation, which was, I got it written down here someplace. Anyway, this amount of homes, this is what was under a covenant that they lost on. Now we're going to take all of those homes and pack them all in this section here. So we have in here 30-foot wide easements here that they want. They're allowed 4, but they want another one in here. In order to get all these homes from the original that a thing that they lost on, they want to put them all over here on this other side. So anyway, we have 30-foot wide easements here. They can't park in here. We have Ditton Drive, and it comes down and it comes around here and then makes a curve. This Ditton and Greenbrier, the way they're going to go out and funnel out here is only 31 feet wide. We have a real safety issue here. I know because people park on both sides of the street have to go single file down through here. And so by adding another yet easement, they're adding more homes in there. And the only way they can do it is have you approve it.
Okay, sounds like this is a Wyeth expansion, a proposed expansion of the subdivision, which impacts these voting powers, I guess.
Yeah. I really don't, that's it in a nutshell. Okay. I'm sorry, I've been trying to cram everything together with a 3-day holiday and everything else. And
it's always good to know about things going in, right?
It's a heads up, folks.
Yeah, no,
I appreciate your consideration.
That's very valuable. Absolutely. Thank you. Any further comment?
Kent Richmond, 2420 Ditton Drive. I live right across the street from my neighbor there. But anyway, I just got back from vacation and happened to, my neighbor told me about a notice that was kind of inconspicuous on the dead end of our street. And went to looking at it, and he had done some work on getting what their proposed plat was. And, I just don't buy that 45 units will be any good for our neighborhood on that small of an area. And not to mention that I have one lot that is outside the boundaries of the existing subdivision, and I don't know what's going to happen with my street frontage there. They've got it drawn in like they, right at the edge of my property. My property that the house is on, they're converting that into boulevard walk when we've got all curb walks. And I know what happens with these boulevard walks. The reason they did away with them in the 1920s was because people were planting trees in there, and they were just chewing up the sidewalks, the streets, and everything else when the roots come up. And I don't know, it's a bad situation. That's all I have to say. One other thing. In this application for a variance, it says the city council may grant a variance from the terms of this article in specific cases when the city council finds that granting the variance will serve public interest and welfare. I don't believe that is in the public interest or anybody's welfare to grant that variance. So, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, any other public comment on any of the regular items tonight? Again, we'll have an opportunity for public comment on those items later, or non-agenda items.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South in Billings. I've come again to talk to you about the properties, including the Colonial and 2 houses around it that are owned by John Skaggy. And I've got some handouts for you.
Please. Go ahead.
As you probably know, there was a fire at one of the houses owned by Mr. Skaggy near the Colonial. And there was on the 4th of July, or the night before, a person stabbed there who consequently died. There have been 110 calls to the 200 block, to that area of South 27th since January 1st, 180 days, and there have been 110 calls. The printouts I've given you show you what kinds of police and emergency calls have been made for that area per day, per each calendar date since then. And then the second handout shows you an accumulation of the types of calls that have been made to those properties. As I've said before, it is really past time for the city, in whatever department is appropriate, to deal with Mr. Skaggy and his properties there. And it's not just the properties there, and it's not just Mr. Skaggy, but this is a terrible example of the city perhaps not dealing with a landlord who is irresponsible and whose property has become a criminal nuisance, extreme criminal nuisance, I believe. As you can see on one of the handouts given by date, you have several calls, like on the 17th of April, you have a call for vandalism, a call for noise complaint, a call for weapons, two calls for suspicious activity, all in one day. Imagine the cost to our city of that. You look on the back page and you see the 3rd and 4th of July. You have a stabbing on the 3rd. On the 4th, you have a drug investigation and 2 disturbances. And then on the 5th, this morning, you have a fire in those same locations. This information is just, I think, the tip of the iceberg. Like I say, it's just since January 1st. And I hope and pray that that you all will consider how the community, how you as leaders of the community can help to get these kinds of properties, but specifically these ones owned by Mr. Skaggi, how you can get those dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Non-agenda items or agenda items? Seeing none, we'll close the initial period for public comment and proceed to item number 1, our public safety progress report. Chris, you have a bit of an introduction for us on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So tonight, our goal is to just get the council and the public up to speed on efforts at the city as well as at the county on our number 1 priority, starting in 2019, and each year thereafter, the council adopted priorities stating unequivocally that improving the safety of our community was the most important thing. Thank you to all of you, all of our voters who supported the public safety levies, but a reminder, we start collecting on those the second public safety levy this fall. So everything we're going to talk about is a precursor to and leading up to those efforts. So we got several people first up on the dock, County Attorney Twido, as well as Judge Carter, and then Judge Kolar is also here. But maybe we could do a little Q&A after that point, just so we don't hold them here. However, if they need to slide out, I think some's got kids' ball games and other things like that, then we'll get into the city component, or continue with the city component of our city attorney's office with our assistant city attorney, Karen Tracy, Chief Valdez, our code enforcement manager, Tina Hoker, and batting cleanup will be Chief St. John. And so the idea would be to get folks up to speed on efforts that have taken place up to this point and have a dialogue. As I said, we're in a work session, so the goal here is to have a conversation about and to see what efforts have been implemented, as well as, since we're on the topic, we're going to touch on the Dirty Dozen. Didn't make a lot of sense to me to come back and talk about that in 2 weeks or a month, as well as give you the annual update on how the massage ordinance, the success we've had there. So kind of all things around improving the safety of Billings over the next hour, hour and a half. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to County Attorney Twido, and between he and the judge, I think they've figured out who's going to bat what.
Welcome.
Mayor Cole, members of the Billings City Council, my name is Scott Twido. I'm the Yellowstone County Attorney. I'm here at the request of your city administrator, who wanted me to update you on what your county partners in this quest for public safety are doing to address the issue. You should have in front of you a handout, which is a short PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to go through with you and explain sort of some of the challenges that we face here that are unique to Yellowstone County in the state of Montana, and that what we're doing on a state level and county level to try to deal with some of these issues. I believe Judge Carter will then give you some insight into what's going on a local effort with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, which is a group of our public safety partners to include the municipal court here, other county officials, state officials, to try to make sure that things like the detention facility issues are gathered properly, so we make the right decisions with regard to issues down at the jail, which I know is something that all of you have probably a lot of questions about, and I certainly will try to take those questions. Okay, I put this PowerPoint together. It is an update from another PowerPoint presentation that I've given in the past, but I have some updated numbers for you, and I kind of want to go through them. So, in the state of Montana, county attorneys have jurisdiction to prosecute felony crimes. Your city attorney, Ms. Dahl, cannot prosecute a felony crime. She would have the ability to prosecute misdemeanor crimes that occurred within the city limits of Billings. My office also would have that authority. The way it is worked out is that the city attorney's office would handle city misdemeanors investigated by the Billings Police Department, your gentleman who's going to be batting cleanup tonight. I would also prosecute misdemeanors that would be investigated by the Montana Highway Patrol, another one of our public safety partners, the Sheriff's Office, the Division of Criminal Investigation, which is a state agency through the Department of Justice. I would prosecute all of those misdemeanors. I would even prosecute misdemeanors investigated by the Department of Agriculture, other traffic enforcement entities, et cetera. The county attorney is kind of the catch-all for those sort of things. I would also prosecute any misdemeanors that your city officers investigated if those misdemeanors were accompanying a felony. So if somebody got a felony DUI, there'd be any misdemeanors that would be attached to that, we would prosecute those cases. The difference, just for background, some of you obviously don't have experience in public safety and criminal justice. The difference between a felony and a misdemeanor is really the scope of the punishment, okay? A misdemeanor is generally punishable by up to 1 year of time in a local jail facility. A felony is designated by our legislature to have a greater period of punishment available to it. So that's how you distinguish a felony and a misdemeanor, okay? That's the simple way to do it. Okay, slide number 1. This is the total number of felony cases filed by my office into our district court. Our district court has the jurisdiction over felony matters. So they're the final, while Justice Peace Carter and even Municipal Court Judge Kolar can handle preliminary matters, the final resolution in cases and the jurisdiction really vests in the district court, and they handle felony matters. You can look and see what our community has faced as far as an increase in crime. I took office in 2011, and it has steadily increased. There's an asterisk by 2021, which is the last year of numbers that we've collected thus far. The only reason that it's decreased is that I've had so much turnover in my office, like a lot of public agencies have had. We just haven't been able to get to all the felonies that we have. A better way to look at that is on the next slide. If you look, and this is 2020, so back up. This is a breakdown of the cases for felony prosecution, not misdemeanor prosecution, but felony prosecution that were requested by all the agencies I work with. So our biggest client for the county attorney's office is the Billings Police Department, but we also have all those other agencies that I referenced that will present cases for prosecution. You can look at a month-to-month breakdown. So if you look at that, there were 2,270 felonies that alleged to have occurred in Yellowstone County in 2020. If we go back, you see that we prosecuted 1,722 of those, okay? So we get to a lot of them. Sometimes in a filing in court, we can prosecute multiple felonies in one filing. So that 1,722 represents what we produced in court for what was presented to my office, the 2,270, okay? So this is, and I want to share this with you because I think this is the most telling statistic of what's happening. I think this is something that is telling in terms of what's happening to our jail. I think it's telling in terms of what your police officers are having to deal with on the street. I think it's telling for what burden is placed on my office, what burden is placed on Judge Carter's office, Judge Kolar's office. This is really telling. These are just felony matters. But in Yellowstone County, in our district court, we have 8 district court judges. We have 8 judicial departments, okay, where these courts can handle these felony matters all the way through. They have a rule because there's 8 district departments. The rule is if that judge has seen that criminal offender before and dealt with their case, they get reassigned to the same department. So the same judge has that information about that offender, they get reassigned. That means they've been previously charged with a felony, okay? So if you look at that, just take January, for example, the top line. The law enforcement agencies presented 181 felony cases for my office to prosecute. 84 or 46% of those cases had already had one of those departments assigned. That means they've already committed a felony in our jurisdiction. So 46% are now committed a new felony, and you guys are law enforcement is presenting another case from that individual to be prosecuted. The final column is even more telling. I put down there the number of folks that were presented. Of the 181 were requests for prosecution, 35 had active cases. That means they hadn't been sentenced, they hadn't been done nothing. They, within the last calendar year, had committed yet another felony in our community. So they're out. They're already in the court system working towards disposition, sentencing, towards resolution, and they commit a new felony case. So we have a repeat felony offender problem in Yellowstone County. This is it. This is the big issue. So it continued. So you go back now to 2021. Now you can see we've had an increase in total cases presented. We're at 2,500, just over 2,500 that were presented in 2021. But the same issue persists. The percentage of those repeat offenders continues. And then the same with the active case issue. I think this, of all numbers, this is the numbers that I'm now tracking, because I think this is the most telling issue that we face. And this is the crux of what all our partners are facing, whether it's at the city level, the county level, the state level. And this is just, I run up through the first 5 months in 2022 just to show you the trend continues. The only good news is if you filtered that out, it looks like total cases presented might decrease from 2021 into 2022. Yeah, but if you go back and look, some of those moving into the winter months are some of the big months. So don't count your chickens before they hatch. But anyway, this is something that my office is going to track. If you want to look at this information, we're going to track this now. I think we're on to something. This is the information that I'm going to present hopefully in the next legislative session so they can see what we're dealing with. This number is so telling because in 2017, some of you may remember this, there was this big criminal justice overhaul at the state system, and it filtered down to the counties and the cities. It was called justice reinvestment. And while it was well intended, and it was intended to be save money so the state could take those savings and reinvest them into transitioning offenders back into the communities, or provide for community funds to treat these people, provide for what they needed. None of that ever happened. According to the council state governments, from 2017, they projected that we would have $65 million to play with. We have zero. So it didn't work for what it was intended to do. But what it did is it gutted probation and parole officers and what they could do with offenders and how they could react with offenders, and it's left more people in our community to commit more crime, and that's what this number is showing you. That's my argument anyway. Okay, so for the good news, just give you an update of what I'm trying to do on the state level. Councilmember Pearington was at the last meeting, which just met last week on June 28th. It was the first, and that's a typo on that first line, the 2 meetings that occurred October 27th, September 29th, that should be 2021. I've been to every one of those meetings. I could not personally attend the June 28th meeting in Helena, but I attended by Zoom. Any one of you, it's Zoom, it's very easy to use. There's the legislative website at the bottom. You can go down there and you can watch these sessions. You can write in written comments. You can do whatever you want. If they hear from council members, I think it has a lot of impact. But what was important about the June 28th meeting that we had last week is under our rules, under this oversight council, which I am a member of, appointed by the Department of Justice, we advanced several bills for consideration for the next legislative session. And how we have to do that is this council is kind of a pseudo legislative interim committee. We have to forward what we want to advance or put a placeholder in for the interim committee of the Law and Justice Interim Committee, which is the official legislative committee that will take those up. We have sponsors for all of these bills lined up. In fact, just an FYI, this council is chaired by Representative Usher, who is a local representative here. He's a business owner in Billings. And also on the council, there are 4 legislative members, is Representative Kathy Kelker, who's another member of our community. So they have both been well attended these sessions. They know the issues, and certainly the issues specific to Billings and Yellowstone County. So the bills, you can go and read them for yourselves with the exciting ones, and I've helped draft some of them. The Legislative Services Division, which is part of the legislature, they have done the heavy lifting to put these bills in actually draft form. I've done a couple things I'm sure you'll be happy to, certainly the second one you guys will likely be very happy about, because I'm sure you've received plenty of calls, as have I, about sober living issues. But they want to revise sentencing laws for theft, which will affect misdemeanor theft, which would be dealt with in your municipal court and dealt with by your law enforcement officers. Ben, go back to justice reinvestment. One of the things they did with misdemeanor theft is they decriminalized it for a first offense, meaning that your officer didn't even have the power to arrest somebody that steals if it's their first offense. They want to do away with that. They've changed that back to allow for the power to arrest, allow the power to detain. And then the other one, there was a recommendation to some other folks, and I think it's a very good idea, though it'll make my office even busier, because obviously we have a lot of vehicle theft going on in Billings, but the theft of any vehicle, make it a felony. The consideration there is, why do we tie a vehicle to, the vehicle's value to whether it's a felony or misdemeanor? I always thought that was ironic, because my wife and I do really well. We have multiple vehicles. If someone steals my vehicle, it's a nice vehicle, I still have another vehicle, or I have resources to do that. But if you take it from one of our fellow community members that's barely making ends meet and they have like a $600 car, you take it from them, it's devastating to them. It's the effect on the victim. So it's more of a victim-based type of deal. So there could be more can be done with that. So theft of any vehicle, felony. One of the other big ones, and this one has got some more work to do, but we do have the placeholder in place. Regulate sober living houses, recovery residences. So I know a lot of you have taken up this issue on the sober living and the explosion of sober living in Billings. I certainly have been there as well, trying to cobble together a system so we can at least keep tabs on what's going on with these places. They really wrote some good legislation based on the state of Tennessee, who really dealt with this issue. They're about 10 years ahead of us on this. They had the same explosion. Some of these mid-sized communities in Tennessee really saw this. So that's kind of neat. The Department of Public Health and Human Services for the state has taken the lead on this, and they are probably going to be the regulatory department when all is said and done. But what's important with regard to that is Billings is the only one that's really seeing a sober living explosion. The rest of the state really isn't. And so Billings needs to take the lead in making sure that that gets through, that there's some regulation. It was interesting, in the May meeting, we had some sober living operators from Billings testify in front of the council. And one of them that has run some sober living establishments that have been here a long time, they've been well established, they're nationally certified. They were essentially begging the council to regulate the profession, to regulate this recovery residence type thing. And so the council really took that to heart, and so we have that in the pipeline. So that will go a long ways to maybe help deal with the issue we've seen over the last few years. And then mine that I drafted myself, create additional definition for persistent felony offender. Again, one of the unintended consequences, which I think is partially responsible for this nonsense, took away a tool that prosecutors had to deem someone a persistent felony offender when they continue to commit felonies in a community like Billings. And so basically that definition is if they're on active supervision by a probation officer or parole officer, they're on inmate release, whatever it is, and they commit a new felony and they have 2 prior felonies, they can be considered a persistent felony offender with much more stringent penalties, and gives the prosecutor much greater, I guess, leverage over the person to get the case resolved in a timely and appropriate fashion to get these people where they need to be, and that's out of the community. So that's kind of it for my presentation. You've got these judges back here. I didn't want to take any more time. That's kind of what they're thinking of doing at the state level. Again, I want to be a partner in the public safety issues that face the city of Billings. Certainly, I'm here to answer any of your questions, and I'll turn it over to Judge Kohler or Judge Carter if they'd like to go.
And council will have an opportunity for questions in just a minute after people have made whatever comments. Judge Kohler.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge Kohler, Council, Mayor. I did not bring a presentation, but in watching Scott Twido's, I'm really impressed with some of the things that they're working on, especially the theft of a motor vehicle and a felony, because I see a lot of people through my court that it's a misdemeanor, it's a $500 fine, and they consistently go and take people's vehicles, and it's devastating, and run from law enforcement, and it causes quite an issue in our community. So, but I don't really have anything. If you guys have questions, I wanted to make myself available for you. Have any questions?
Don't go away. It sounds like we've got some, so sure. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor.
Scott, we'll get to you in a sec. Go ahead.
Judge, you mentioned the $500 fine. Is that the maximum fine?
That is a maximum for a first-time theft, 500, no jail. And you can take a vehicle, go for a joyride.
And is that the case even if you steal Councilmember Nice's $200,000 Lamborghini?
Yes, that is true.
Is that something you just gave me?
And it's really hard to get restitution when people take the vehicles and they destroy them, and that's normally happens more often than not. They go for a joyride, they're running and doing whatever they want. It's not their vehicle, and sometimes when the vehicles are recovered, individuals have something that's not workable anymore.
A quick follow-up on some of the fines. So can you assign jail time or anything?
No, I cannot.
Okay,
It's a first-time theft, no jail time.
no jail time.
Right, Ms. Town?
And then Mayor, another follow-up on fines.
Sure, then Councilmember, down here, okay.
Okay,
Sure.
we had talked about fines several years ago about increasing our fines to the maximum, but of course you're the one who actually sets the fines. Are you?
There's a guideline, but it just, again, like I said, for sentencing, it's what, I look at individuals' criminal history, look at the facts of the case before I sentence to a maximum, but yes, it's consideration of different things.
Okay. Do you feel that fines deter anyone from repeating an offense?
Depends, I guess, if it's a DUI.
So the answer is sometimes then?
Sometimes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tisdale?
Excuse me, what is your percentage rate of failure through peers on a felony?
On what?
On a felony, the felony numbers that we just saw, this might be a
Yeah,
question
so
for Scott.
they're not, that's for Scott. I don't do the felonies, so that's Scott's.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, what percentage of these felonies that we're talking about, what percentage of failure to appears end up being failure to appears?
Okay, so let me break that question down for you.
Sure.
So we are tracking that. So what's happening is oftentimes because of the jail issues or they're not right to go to jail, a lot of times the officer on the street is issuing a notice to appear into the district court for a felony, okay? Like let's say a felony drug, felony theft, whatever. We're tracking how many people show up at our arraignment date for felonies. Our designated arraignment date is Wednesdays, or we have spillover into what we call our law and motion days when the court business happens. We have that 5 days a week into the district court over the 8 departments. It's about 35% don't even show up to the kickstart.
35%?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have, what is the cost to the citizenry of a failure to appear? Do you have that number?
What it costs?
Yeah, what is it going to cost?
Oh, I don't have the data, but there is a cost because when they don't show up, that's wasted court time. You could assess a cost for that. It's for the staff to staff the court. You'd have a cost for my office to generate the warrant that's going to come out for failure to appear. You'd have a cost to the state, to the Office of the Public Defender for the public defender they put in court that the person didn't show up that they were to attend to. There would be a cost. That would be, I'm getting better on my stats. I'm not that good yet. But yeah, there is a cost for sure. And we could calculate it. It would take some work though.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions for Judge Kohler?
Thank you. Welcome. The question that I have is, when do these car thefts become a felony? And do you turn those over to district court? Or does it not work that way?
It doesn't work that way. If it's a first-time theft, it's a $500 fine. Second time, by the time you get to a third, it's 1 year max, minimum of 5 days. So first time, joyride, nothing.
But we've had incidents with our Billings Police Department where those joyrides turn into an accident or high-speed chase, and that does not constitute.
Well, it doesn't. However, if they can charge the high-speed, eluding, and reckless, then we can get some jail time. And I will honestly tell you that when that happens and they're running from law enforcement, I do give them jail time, if I can get them in the jail.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rowan?
Judge, when you look at our city code and city infractions, are there similar places where you think the penalties are insufficient, or where we have gaps, or things maybe that shouldn't be criminalized that are clogging up the court for no reason?
I just had a conversation with Ms. Townsend, and so there are a few things that we could switch. The amounts of fines is up to $300 for MIs. The reason they switched some of those to MIs, 2011, I took the bench. They started switching things to MIs so we could save time on prosecutors in the court, hopefully time for law enforcement. On an MI, it's the officer has to come in and present the case, and we do process quite a few of them pretty quickly. But the ones that are MIs, I think they're appropriately MIs.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler, stay around if you can. We'll hear from Councilmember Judge. It looks like we got one last question. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, Judge, you said you have people that you would like to sentence and put in jail, and you can't because the jail doesn't have capacity?
Oh, I do it. I have
will
to
take 'em.
select who I have to be very selective, and so does
Okay.
everybody else involved in the sentencing. We get them there.
Okay.
I don't send people to jail. Well, I'm not going to talk about it in public
Right.
because
No.
I'm not going to lay
Okay,
out
so
my
if
secrets.
they need to be there in your sentences, they do take them then?
There are ones that when they do need to,
Okay.
several, DUIs, third, minimum 30 days. You're supposed to be doing 30 days. I've got 4 people in on minimuses right now. They have to serve it. It's mandatory. So they have to make room for them.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Judge Carter?
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Judge David Carter. I'm the Justice of the Peace for Yellowstone County. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I think I'm here as a representative also of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. That's a committee that's made up of public officials and some private individuals, mostly local and or state officials, probation and parole, all the law enforcement agencies and representatives from the courts. There's also a subcommittee that's addressing jail overcrowding, often also referred to as jail intelligence. The point being is this, and I think the theme is, we have seen obviously a difficulty associated with the jail, that is the Yellowstone County Detention Facility, which is under the authority of the Yellowstone County Sheriff, not become the tool that is necessary for law enforcement going forward. Jails, there's lots of nostalgic versions as to what they are. Realistically, they can serve multiple purposes. The one purpose, though, that seems to be missing from a public safety standpoint, and I think that you probably as representatives hear from your constituents, is, so there's jail overcrowding, can someone go to jail, will they be let out, et cetera. You sort of hear these individual statements, but it's the constant statement that I hear from law enforcement is they don't have the ability to take someone to jail except in the most significant of cases. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're taken to jail and held. There's sometimes just a purpose of having the jail as a tool. And that tool, and I think that would be reflected mostly also by Chief St. John's comments, is that you have officers on the street that need to take steps in the moment. And if they have that tool, and it's one of many tools, it's not the exclusive tool, it's one of many, then you have enhanced public safety. Since about 2015, I've been working in conjunction with the county commissioners to address the issues, and most notably also with the sheriff, to continue to push forward for a more efficient process at the jail. There will always be comments with regards to, is the jail big enough, the size of our community, the demographics. I think County Attorney Twido did an excellent job of discussing sort of what is a huge makeup of the jail and where the trends. While there will be always these comments back and forth, it's my position that if you can't have the best working and most efficient process, then you can never ever go to the community and ask for money. So have the most efficient process before you ever want to do something, and whether it's today, 5 years, 10 years, anytime in the future. And I'm not making that recommendation. That's the recommendation that you would make as members to your constituents, county commissioners. It's my job, and I work in conjunction with the people that I care about and work with to get to the best use of the resources that are available. So we have a pretrial services, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee makes a recommendation. Where we are now is we kind of have a committee that has a subcommittee, shocking, right? And there's always that subcommittee that has made the following recommendations. One, that there needs to be a coordinated effort between all the respective courts. There's a nostalgic version that someone is arrested, they go to jail, and they have like this one case. They got arrested for this. That is not reflective of what the current criminal justice system is. What you have is someone may have multiple cases, sometimes in multiple courts. So you may have a warrant for traffic in municipal, a warrant for traffic in justice court. You may have a new felony. You may have a probation revocation and a new felony. The point being is all these courts need to coordinate in a better way to use the information so that there's some sort of standard, there's some norm, and then as a result, we determine if this person needs to be in jail or does not need to be in jail. Not necessarily always because it's good, bad, right, wrong, but it's the most efficient use of the resources. The second recommendation is that, and one of the big things I think County Attorney Twido could also highlight is that case duration is the significant issue, not just in terms of like what you see who's in the jail, but why they're in there. So we have longer case durations by felony, offenders year after year. So you have a stacking up and or an overflow problem or an overlapping problem. So you have case duration issues. It has to do with obviously the size of the caseload, the number. I mean, law enforcement is extremely efficient, in my opinion, in Yellowstone County, all the agencies. And as a result of it, there is always cases that are being prosecuted, whether they're being prosecuted from a probation standpoint or they're being litigated and prosecuted from a new felony standpoint. But you have people in jail for longer periods of time for various things. One of the things that's always noted, and the jail currently is now almost always breaking 500, so it's 500 to approximately 560 or 570. These are numbers that I have not historically seen until very recently. The problem we're starting to see is that we continue to attempt to resolve these cases. So resolving them is either reaching a case where there is not going to be secured detention, there is no jail or prison sentence or DOC sentence, Department of Corrections, or there is going to be one and that person is then transferred outside of this local facility to a Department of Corrections facility. As a result of that combined with, I think, the excellent data that County Attorney Twido has provided is what is creating this huge problem. So there's an attempt to sort of deal with the revocation issue. So if you have people who have a new felony but also were on felony probation, there can be two different timetables associated on how to resolve those. One has a trial, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, obviously a 12-member jury, etc. Those are a more sort of long-driven, evidence-based oriented situation, which is what you normally would think is the criminal justice system. There's a revocation process which can be much more expedited. There's been a recommendation, and in fact, actually, there's being pushed forward in at least one of the departments and possibly two of the departments is a pilot program to see and then make that recommendation to the other remaining 8 departments. Those are two of the sort of major issues that we're seeing. If we can get to this idea, even without all the other grandiose things that you hear, that the jail can somehow be seen as a tool again for law enforcement, I think you have enhanced public safety. With that, I'm going to use my advice that I give to litigants, which is to be prepared, be brief, and be gone. So with that, if I will obviously be in the gallery for any questions, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Don't go away. Let's open up for questions for any of our presenters. We'll just start down on this end, kind of work our way, and we'll see if we're done. Councilmember Shaw, did you have anything?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question for Judge Carter. Can you describe a little bit this revocation process, just the big picture of that? I don't know what that is.
And so at the felony level, I mean, this revocation process actually exists for all courts. The majority, though, when we're talking about addressing Yellowstone County Detention Facility would be felonies. I mean, I think County Attorney Twido is an expert in this. I used to be a prosecutor. He used to be my boss, actually. I don't know if I ever listened to him, but he used to be my boss. But with that in mind, in short, what it is this. Anyone who is sentenced may have conditions of a sentence for a certain duration of that sentence. So if it's a 1-year sentence at a misdemeanor, you may have to do certain things, okay? That includes pay restitution, that includes maybe pay a fine, that includes et cetera, alcohol or drug monitoring, et cetera. And if you do not comply, there can be a revocation, and that revocation would be you're no longer in the community. We're going to revoke that sentence, and that suspended portion could be incarceration. Not the whole thing. That's at the discretion of the judge. So I think that's sort of the basis or the platform of what the revocation is. The point being this, usually one condition of every sentence, whether misdemeanor or felony, is don't break the law, right? So if you have a new offense, that new offense has the penalties associated with the new offense, but more importantly, it also has that condition seeking the possible revocation of the prior sentence for which the person is serving. At that point in time, what is important and why is it expedited is there is no right to a jury, okay? There is a lower standard of proof, so at the criminal level, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is what is necessary under the Constitution for someone to be convicted of a crime. For a revocation, it is a preponderance of the evidence standard, which is more like a civil standard. So I always just say, I'll just, for sake of conversation, 51%, more likely than not that the person did violate the condition of sentence. So, and there's much more discretion. For when the judge can set that revocation hearing. There's still requirements that the person still has the right to an attorney, there's the hearing, there's the rules of evidence can apply for the most part, okay? But again, that proceeding goes a lot forward. So if there are individuals, okay, who are, shall we say, repeat offenders and are continuing to commit crimes while even under the auspices of an original sentence, there's the potential to resolve these cases quicker and address these individuals from a public safety standpoint faster, and then address the jail population as sort of a secondary component. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Carter. I'm reminded that it's Scott Twido's wife's birthday tonight, and if he would like to be able to,
Yes.
yeah. So if he'd like to celebrate next year, I think we need to get him out this year. So let's start. Any questions for Scott Twido? We'll just keep on moving this direction. Councilmember Gulick, Neese, Owen. And let me just make the quick comment in case we don't get to it. The legislative proposal, Scott, I'm sure this body stands ready to stand with you, and we need to coordinate with that and with our lobbyists. We don't want any doubt about that. We are on board. Okay. Councilmembers Neese, Owen, Joy. Okay, so Councilmember Owen?
Hi, I have just a couple quick questions. So when you list out the numbers there of your felony cases by year, I think I know the answer, but I want to clarify. CPS cases are not included in there, right? Because they don't generally, I mean, sometimes there's charges, but so in addition to those numbers, we're talking in 2021 of maybe another, 400 children in our community who've been victimized and harmed.
Right. I have a whole separate division that handles that. Those are completely separate numbers. Certainly they overlap because sometimes you would have a parent that's being charged with a crime, and that's also put them in the system, and their kids, we might have to petition, take their kids away depending on the situation. But yes, Just FYI, I'm at your disposal. My office is at your disposal. This is our general number you can call. I'm happy to sit down with any one of you and answer questions. This is a lot. I mean, Judge Carter could talk, he and I could talk on the revocation process for probably hours. It's very complex. But what you need to know about it is that if you have this percentage of repeat offenders that's very high, right? You're at that right around that 50%, 45 to 50%. You've got the active case, you've got the revocation. That's going to create this timeline that's going to be expanded. Unless we do something to reduce that time frame, you're going to put more and more pressure on a jail. So again, that goes back to what Judge Carter said about we're trying to gather this jail intelligence to figure out who's in the jail, why they're in the jail, how long they're in the jail, and the one commonality in all of it is not the misdemeanor pressure on the jail. That doesn't exist. It didn't exist in 2017, and I told the legislature that. Judge Kohler's been a good partner in public safety and realizing the pressure in the jail and trying to do her best, and I think she talked about that tonight. But what's in there are these people that are in there longer and longer for longer periods of time, because we've gotten to this place where we're not dealing with the first thing that led them into the system, because they commit a new crime so quickly, it just builds on itself, and that's just going to increase the amount of time. And I get it from a defense attorney standpoint, looking at the system in their eyes. I have to be realistic. I mean, that's a difficult person to deal with, right? And they're facing significant issues here, and they're facing significant prison time potentially. If you commit multiple felonies, that's a hard person to deal with, so that takes time. We're trying to flip it on its head, and so the revocation process is it's an administrative process. There's still due process, but it's not as big to get that resolved as it is to get a case that's still set for trial, if that makes sense.
So on a similar note, on an administrative process, I thought there was going to be some conversation in the legislature about possibly assessing whether or not the DOC commit makes sense. Is the council still looking at that?
Yeah, that would be Chairman Usher's thing. So yes, that's something that's been discussed. I'm very fearful of that personally, because the DOC commitment is kind of baked into our system and has been since the mid-90s. I've been doing this almost as long as we've had DOC sentences. Judges, when you're talking about the volume of cases that our judges are having to deal with in this department or in other busy departments in the state, such as like Helena, its district court judicial departments are busy, Great Falls is busy. You're talking about, if you did that and a person violated, potentially bringing everybody back in front of that judge if they're violating the sentence, as opposed to, or moving them within the system of corrections. DOC allows that to be handled administratively, and I don't know if the state is prepared to eliminate that. I'm real fearful, but there's certainly.
You don't see it as a threat to the community or, problematic for our.
I do, because I think justice reinvestment got thrown together haphazardly, and they sort of pushed guidance on DOC, and so people took liberties with that, and they're just moving people around to cook the books, and that did lead to some public safety challenges. Now, we have some really good partners in DOC right now. There's been a change of the guard, and I think for the most part they do an excellent job. I've had more meetings with the higher ups in DOC in the last 2 years than I had in the first 10 years as your county attorney, and they constantly are checking in. They're constantly concerned. Part of it is the awareness that we have all been part of raising in our community, but I think these people are really looking at it. So if you get maybe some sideboards on DOC sentences, maybe this is how far you can go, maybe that's the way to go. I mean, as opposed to getting rid of it entirely. But other people have more strong positions with regard to it. I'm just fearful of it because it's kind of baked into the cake.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen?
I'm good.
Councilmember Joy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Joy. I'm sorry.
Thank
Looking
you.
right at you. Say, Councilmember Owen.
That's okay. Good evening, Mr. Twiddle. Just a quick question. It has two parts. You have some very good data here, and I was wondering if other larger communities within Montana are suffering the same kinds of numbers or the same sort of challenges. And the reason for that question is really the political aspect of this. Will the legislation that's being proposed be successful in the legislative session? If Yellowstone County, and it's very hard to always know whether or not other large communities within Montana are suffering or have the same challenges. So that really, I think, goes to a question of whether or not we can be successful in passing this legislation. So do you have any kind of idea on that? Thank you.
I do. I think that point is well taken. Thank you, Councilmember Joy. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. We get 180 people paroled that are serious, dangerous offenders to our community for every one that Bozeman gets. So there is an incentive, maybe like status quo for Bozeman's great. I've worked to the extent I can to build a coalition of folks. One of the Criminal Justice Oversight Council meetings, I invited 4 county attorneys from jurisdictions that were not suffering like we were to talk about why the persistent felony offender statute would work for them, not in addition to how it could work for me. And so I think through those efforts, I'm hoping to build a coalition, but it's going to fall to us. It's going to fall to our legislative partners from our community to go up there and build their own coalition with folks to make sure this passes. I am worried about that. But I think there's enough of this that I think it has a chance. I mean, I'm prepared to go up there and talk about how difficult the sober living issue is. But like there's 0 in Bozeman. There's 1 in the entire Flathead. There's like 4 in Missoula at this point. I mean, so I think we were well positioned for this. Like I said, we have the chairman of the council. We have a lot of folks that are in decent positions at not only subsection D for funding, but also in the law and justice, the House Judiciary, Senate Judiciary. We'll have some good folks that are Billings centered here. One of the things I did, which is great, and our parole board, the parole board is the administrative board that has hearings to release people out of secure facilities for the Department of Corrections. We control the parole board. We have 3 people that live in Billings that are on the parole board. There's only 5 people on the parole board, including the chair. They're really responsive to our issues. They know those issues. So we have a lot of people in position. I think we can make some effective change. So doing the best we can.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky, Tidswell, Barrington.
Uh-oh. No.
Well, I would be remiss, especially with former Councilmember Ewald here. So thank you, Jennifer, bringing it up. So those DOC commits, we had that initiative that said, can we cap it? And we get yes, no, well, maybe. But you did say sideboards. So what sideboards?
Well, the legislature could put sideboards. For example, the DOC commitment statute is 4618-201. Is that right, Judge? I think it's 201. The DOC put a good piece in there to make it more flexible for them back in 2017. Let's take that flexibility back away and say, a DOC sentence is not available to certain offenses, expand that. I mean, there's those type of sideboards. And I know, Councilmember Barrington, you've been very good at educating yourself on all these issues. I just think that the DOC sentence, and I'm not saying yay or nay, I'm just saying it's baked into the goods. And to Councilmember Joy's position, if we tried to ram that through, that would take a lot of political capital, and maybe some of this other stuff that I think would have day in, day out change would get lost in the shuffle. So I think we need to be very careful. But you can talk to other county attorneys. You could talk to Representative Usher, hopefully soon to be Senator Usher, and he'd say, I want it gone, same thing. But, I just think it's that's tricky. But we could put sideboards on it. There's no doubt about it at the state level.
Well, and I do agree is that there's a lot, it's very complex, and to try to push it through on one session, because you've got appropriations and some other things, it would be difficult to get it all at one time.
This is an offer for all the members, just to show you how complex this stuff is. I would invite any one of you to come over at 9 o'clock any day of the week and watch criminal law in motion to deal with the felony matters. The calendars now are 9, 10 pages long, and they actually look like Judge Kolar's, doing municipal infractions and things. It's just the volume is just intense, but the complexity of what you're dealing with between revocations and DOC sentences and parole sentences and all these things. I mean, there are very few people that understand all of those components that go into it, but I would love to take you over there and show you how it runs, just to show you how complex it is across the Sky Bridge.
Scott, thank you very much for being with us. I'm going to ask one final question as you walk out the door. You can say over your shoulder, but where are we at with parole probation numbers? There was a debate about whether we were getting disproportionate numbers. Do we know more about that? Is there anything that, if there's a disproportionate number finding their way to Yellowstone County, however you measure disproportionality, can we do anything about it? At the state level, even at the local level, but can you comment on that important issue?
So I don't have any more up-to-date numbers than you would have. I think the last position that I understood that the DOC was acknowledging is that it was basically what you put in is what you get out. And I think that was disputed by, I think, a reporter that said, no, Billings is getting a significantly higher percentage of those folks coming out of those facilities. But I don't have those concrete numbers. Like I said, I'm working with Director Gukin, Public Safety Director Jim Anderson. I think they're getting a better handle on their numbers. And I think one thing that, if you followed any of the Law and Justice Interim Committee hearings, that they were really pushing is statistical analysis. They want those numbers for everybody. So we're going to get those answers. It's just maybe not as quick as we want, but we'll get those. But here's the thing. What I see, and this is more anecdotal, but what I see is not just the raw numbers of the number of offenders we're getting coming out of these facilities, coming back here for reintroduction to the community and rehabilitation, whatever it is. It's the number of violent offenders that Billings is getting. It's the number of sex offenders Billings is getting. It's the number of offenders with multiple felonies that Billings is getting. And, we're kind of a product of our own success. We're a big regional successful community that has a lot of those treatment opportunities that maybe other communities in Montana don't have. But we do need to temper that with there is a social cost to taking that type of population in, because I don't care how innovative you are, and I've been doing this for over 20 years, a percentage of that population is going to reoffend, and that community is going to have to deal with that. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Other questions for Judge Carter, Kolar, whoever. Councilmember Gulick?
A question for Judge Carter. So we've heard, that there's the things that we need to do in terms of the 2017 legislative changes to correct. So not in our court as a state legislature, although we as a council can be doing things to bring awareness and pressure for that to happen. Some things regarding the jail, it's overcrowding perhaps, that's the county, not the city. Again, we can have a role in bringing understanding to our voters, our constituents. But that you've mentioned something new that I hadn't heard, which is just the process. How can we make for a more efficient process? And I'm just wondering, how do we as a city, can we be involved with the resources we have in helping produce a more efficient process that reduces the amount of the tenure in the jail, which is one of the challenges that is leading to overcrowding the jail? Thank you.
Councilman, that's an excellent question. I think the first thing is that there needs to be coordination between the courts. So let me just give you kind of a visual. A person that's arrested, let's say over this weekend, and let's not make it the holiday, let's just make it like a Monday, right? That person is probably going to 1, 2, possibly 3 courts. Okay, they may actually be 4th court, noting that there's a Laurel, okay, city court. So the person Monday morning is going to be in a secured section of the jail. They're going to be pulled out of the jail. As a result of that, they appear in front of Judge Kolar for the morning session. They address the municipal court matters. Then they go back, they get paperwork from municipal court. Then they go back to their, detention cell. As a result of that, then they'll appear in justice court in the afternoon. They may be appearing on the felonies, but most likely on justice court matters. Let's assume there's warrants. Failures to appear was addressed earlier in the presentation. And then they go back, they get different paperwork, and then the next day, on a Tuesday or possibly a Wednesday, they're pulled back out of their detention cell and they appear on the felony and or possibly also the revocation matter, okay? And we sort of address the initial appearances with the revocation matters as well. Then they go back. Now they got 3 sets of paperwork. They've got an understanding that they need to be in these different courts and on these different dates. And let's just be serious. Sometimes substance abuse is a serious issue at the time in the first couple of days, okay, while someone's incarcerated. It's not surprising, even if the person had the intent to go to court, that the confusion that if they were released, they may not know where to go, when to go, how to go. You may have different conditions, you may have different dates, you have different times, you have different paperwork, all of that stuff. Pretrial services attempting to reconcile it. So I think there is, when you're asking what the city can do, there can be a recommendation that all these courts need to coordinate and get some sort of scheduling process. Not that the courts run at the same times. In fact, that's the exact opposite, because then they couldn't work. But that there's some sort of harmony in terms of the communication to this individual. This is where you need to be on this date for this court. This is where you need to be on this date for this court. This is who your public defender is. I mean, we have 3 applications and 3 different times to go to, yes, different, but it's the same public defender's regional office. They'll just assign different individuals. So we're filling out paperwork different at all the time. That doesn't seem very efficient. It seems very confusing. And if a person is released, there's the real potential that they don't show up. You have a failure to appear, which approximately 10 years ago was, to answer your question, $1,700 to $1,800 per failure to appear. And that was 10 years, 2013. Okay, as a result of that. So that would be my first recommendation. We don't have a unified court system. It's just a system, like when you go to a larger jurisdiction, mostly a metropolitan area, okay, they have initial appearance or arraignment courts, and those courts can arraign people for different proceedings, and they coordinate the paperwork and the timing. It's not a change in the procedure in the different courts. It's dealing with the human being that's appearing after being detained. So that would be my primary recommendation. My second recommendation is this. If there is an individual that is going to be on the Department of Corrections and be transferred to a secured facility outside of this community and outside of our jail, my court, and I think all lower courts, need to work in conjunction in an extremely timely version with the city attorney's office and the county attorney's office to ensure that the felony drives the person's transportation and or transfer out of our jail, and the smaller courts, that is my court, and work in conjunction with that. There should just be a policy oriented. Now, that's my personal opinion with regards to efficiency, but why wouldn't you do that? As a result of that, what you're attempting to do. The third recommendation is, in my opinion, is that we need to get to the idea that there's going to be some section, and again, this is not my authority, this is the sheriff's authority, but there's a recommendation that there is going to be a time and a place where so many beds may be set aside for as a tool. And then as a result, the courts work in conjunction to clear those beds, not the rest of the beds that are used, okay, not the other cells, but clear these individual sections so that there's always the ability to arrest when necessary. Not to necessarily detain for an extended period of time, but arrest what's necessary so that officers have that tool in their tool belt going forward on an hourly basis. And those would be my recommendations.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? We'll just keep working our way down if we can. Councilmember Bowen?
Sorry, Judge Carter. I'm sure a number of us will have questions for you.
Oh, and can I just make one comment? Because this is kind of, I think County Attorney made a really important comment to you, Mayor. We need to pay attention to the weighted average of the people who are coming. It's not just the raw number. So many people are sentenced to the DOC and so many people are sent here from the DOC. There's a qualitative as well as a quantitative component. He made reference to violent offenders, but there's just an idea. I mean, realistically, from a housing standpoint, from a treatment standpoint, from a medical standpoint, from an employment standpoint. There's just an unfortunate, in this sense, we are a product of our own success, and there's a gravitational pull. So I would ask as elected officials always to push the Department of Corrections to pay attention to the qualitative aspect of who's coming here as a DOC placement or transfer, not just the quantitative. So I'm sorry about that.
So essentially,
Good point, thank you.
what we're sending to the system is not what we're getting back out of the system.
The devil's in the details.
Okay, so I was hoping we could dive a little bit into the jail intelligence piece of what you talked about. I think it's sort of a article of faith that we need a bigger jail in this community, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. However, I wonder how much of Yellowstone County's problem would be addressed if the state expanded its prison capacity, because I think it's been decades since they've done that, and I would hate for Yellowstone County taxpayers to bear the full burden of solving a problem that should have to be perhaps distributed in a different way around the state. So I'm wondering if you can give us any insights as to what the impact would be locally if the state had a larger prison capacity. Would we still need a jail expansion? Would it be as big? Do we need both? Am I completely wrong? And feel free to say if I am. But that's what I'd like to understand better.
I think I don't want to step out of bounds from the standpoint of, I mean, my information would be anecdotal. It's based also on my experience being on the bench for, since approximately the beginning of 2013. And then I was a prosecutor for approximately 12 years. As a result of that, again, I would qualify that. I think the answer is yes, but again, it's anecdotal, okay? There are people who are really paying attention to this component and what's the best use with regards to facility. And these are demographic shifts but I would say this, it is a red herring to pretend that the pandemic had some sea change with regards to what direction the wind is blowing. It is not. Okay, there were some difficulties, there were accommodations, people sort of addressed it. I think that your instincts are correct, Councilwoman Owens. I would say that there's always a concern. I mean, there is that Billings, Helena, friendly push-pull in every aspect of public services. I mean, there's not just community safety, I mean, Department of Health and Human Services, I mean, Department of Labor, et cetera, right? And so I think there's something to be said about that. But I would step back and say, everyone wants the silver bullet. Everyone wants that. I would just focus on the theme of what do we need to do in the next 2 years to ensure that the jail is again a tool for law enforcement. That is what I see goes forward, because that is what people need to be able to do. So I'm a little concerned about giving an answer without researching it. I mean, I'm the first person who would say, my second part was be prepared. Okay. And I think I would like to be prepared.
And then very quickly,
Or I answer that
Mayor,
question in any more detail.
from your perspective on the bench, I think sometimes when there's jail crowding issues, GPS monitoring is used as an alternative for sort of lower risk individuals. How effective do you think that is?
I actually disagree with some of the data that's sort of provided, and it's my own personal experience. We have a subsidy program at the county level, okay? So the county level, we have 85, okay? And they can be utilized also for anyone, okay? Including misdemeanor offenders at the city level, okay? That is through municipal court. But this GPS monitoring exists from the standpoint of 85 subsidies so that, if you have to release individuals, at least you have this, not just from a standpoint, this is very important, not just from the standpoint of like victim safety, but actual location, okay? Some people say it's ineffective with regards to failures to appear, but I think it has a coordinated effort, especially in the absence of a public defender system that has a difficulty maintaining its sort of ongoing presence with its clients, that the GPS is an effective tool overall for keeping people engaged in their cases, keeping people's locations necessary for purposes of failure to appear, and keeping people safe from a victim notification standpoint. It is not a wholesale 100% use in lieu of jail. It has got limitations, but for me, I think it is a very good alternative, and I've always advocated for it. And in the absence of a Plan C, I'll take Plan B. So that's what I.
Okay, thank you. Anything? Just a quick one. We'll try to wrap up. We've still got other city presenters, but Judge, it's very exciting to hear that the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is collecting data and sharing that amongst themselves, hopefully coming up with some proposals. The reality, though, is that that group kind of operates in a black box. The judicial system, the law enforcement are not used to working in the bright lights, the glare of public meetings. And so, but we need to. What can we do to, as a city, supercharge or help in that data collection and processing and analysis, so it's not just that group? How do we broaden that discussion? Can the city be helping to contribute dollars? Should we have consultants working on this, whether it's jail expansion or what? Or are we just dependent upon whatever you come back? Or can we be better partners?
I'm here because we're asking to be better partners. And so the answer is I think it behooves me, and I think if there's people in the criminal justice coordinating to come back here with recommendations in a more coordinated fashion to address jail intelligence and address the issues associated with law enforcement as to what they see from an enforcement standpoint and work those two together. Additionally, it should be a requirement of me, and I take it as personal responsibility to come to this and advocate for better coordination with the courts. I believe that the courts are lacking in certain ways with regards to the coordination and sort of being a unified court system. And it's not a failure individually of this court or that court. It's just a question of jurisdiction. It's kind of actually baked into the law. Okay, they're just different courts. They're geographical to a certain extent, and they have different legal jurisdictions. But that doesn't change the fact that it doesn't matter what the jurisdictions. A person that is in jail is a person that's in jail, and if that is not available as a tool to law enforcement, it doesn't matter if they're on a misdemeanor or a felony, city, county, etc. So we need to coordinate that. So the answer is I need to be back here asking and giving you detailed recommendations on paper that you can vote on. I'm not prepared to do that. This was sort of the show up and interest and introduction standpoint. So I would just please have the patience to give me the opportunity to give you real recommendations.
We'll look forward to seeing you. We got another meeting in 6 days.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Any final questions for Judge Carter?
You talked about
this
putting these criminals back out on the streets with, what, 3 sets of paperwork here and there?
No, I think what's important is if they have multiple cases, yeah, they have different paperwork, they have different dates, and so it's not surprising. Especially it's the process of how they get them in the jail, because there's different appearance times, that by the time they're released, right, even if let's assume they even take it with them, right? They don't throw it away, they don't care. They still have different dates, different times for different cases, and it's not surprising that that's a confusing situation and then leads to failures to appear. I mean, it seems common sense.
My question, if the duration of that person being out on the streets is a 7 to 8 week period, are they beholden to it? Is there any contact? Do they have to check in with anybody?
So that depends on what the individual judges have done. Okay, so we have a pretrial services that has a check-in procedure. We have GPS monitoring that has an ongoing real-time provider that provides those services. They have dates that they're supposed to be in court, and if they're not in court that first time, then obviously there's the potential for a failure to appear in a warrant, and so there's a sanction standpoint, but that costs money, and that's a failure at that point, correct?
Yeah.
And so as a result of that, that's what we're attempting to do. We're trying, the recommendation and what I was sort of highlighting is that there can be a better delivery of the information on the front end with the coordination of the courts, and then there's other technology. Excuse me. That technology includes, there's app technology with regards to providers and check-ins and updating court dates, et cetera. That's kind of the next phase of what's coming in from the providers and check-ins. There's this attempt to have literally paperwork and notification systems. Now, you have to be, sometimes you can't just use what you get. Like, for example, you get a notification, right, to go to your dentist appointment tomorrow, right? In fact, probably at 4, okay, in the last hour, okay, to be there. But we still have to be, you can't take what your experience is and just sort of address that. A lot of people don't have cell phone plans. I mean, that's not surprising. A lot of people, they may have a smartphone, but what they do is they walk into a coffee shop and they use free apps and platforms for purposes of communication. So you have to be very sophisticated with who your audience is. But the point is that there can be a less confusing, more intelligent way of disclosing this information on the front end to hopefully avoid confusion and be crystal clear on when somebody shows up, it was truly the intent for them not to be there, not inadvertence and or a mistake.
Councilor, I think we need to wrap this part up. We need to get to our other city presenters. Judge, thank you very much. Very, very valuable, great opportunity, and very helpful. Chris, you want to tell us our next order here?
Yeah, so next up is our Assistant City Attorney, and I'm tempted to ask this question. Should I tell our folks related to the street assessment discussion to just stay at home? Honestly, I mean, I do not want to rush this very critical conversation, and in fairness to them, I don't want to start it at 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. So I would bump it to a future meeting if that makes sense to you guys.
If that's your recommendation, council, that does not sound like a bad idea to me. Do we have some thumbs up on that? Okay,
Done.
This is a great opportunity, so if you want to get a hold of Jennifer and whoever, tell her she owes you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Karen is going to take great care of you kicking off this next part.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If I was a pilot, this is where I would say we're going to try to make up some time in the air. I wanted to tell you we are, of the 3 positions that we intended to fill this past year, we are up a net 1. We would be up net 2, but Bradley Nealon went across the street to be the master. We are very proud of him, but we miss him very much. It's like filling a cup with a hole. So we're up net 1, we would be up net 2, and we're making great progress. Did they not give me the...
Put it toward the computer, it might make a difference, but it didn't.
Where's Kevin when you need him?
No, I always have technical difficulties. Okay. So one of the things that the extra prosecutor position the past year has done for us is it's really brought down the number of domestic violence cases per domestic violence prosecutor. We have not added a net prosecutor for non-DV cases in the last couple of years, so you still see that gray bar fairly high, but the green bar is dropping. We have focused our prosecution of domestic violence cases in the last couple of years with crimes that stack so that we can build those up, get them to felony level, and send those across the street to county. So we focused on partner family member assaults, which stack, and also violations of protective orders, which stack. This upcoming year, we're looking to focus on no contact order violations. Those do not stack, but they are also very important violations to prosecute. Many times in a domestic violence context, you don't even need a victim to prosecute a no contact violation. Favorite ones are calls from the jail. Honey, come bail me out, when they're not supposed to be contacting their sweetie on the other end. And sometimes we have had defendants show up from the jail with their clothes and their no contact order in their see-through jail bag up at the protected person's house. And all we have to do is have a police officer go out there, ID the people in proximity, and you can prosecute a no contact violation, no contact order violation. This is really important too, because this is showing you who is absolutely thumbing their nose at the judge's orders. And those people tend to be the ones that are more challenging for any court judge. So this is something that we're really going to focus on this upcoming year. These don't stack, still important. I'm thinking maybe the battery's gone. All right. I wanted to bring up some of the work that we have done on the sober living homes, working with the Criminal Justice Oversight Committee. They did incorporate some of the suggestions that were proposed by our office. They have incorporated in the current draft a requirement for those homes that are receiving rental voucher payments to notify probation and parole within 24 hours of an offender moving out. That was our suggestion, and they have incorporated that. That should help keep track of offenders as they're changing residences. They have also adopted a accreditation standard for recovery residents to receive rental voucher funds, and they are also looking at, in these family homes where children are allowed to live with their parents, they're incorporating provisions to monitor the safety of those children in those facilities. That also brings into the loop landlord-tenant statutes. I've volunteered to work with the legislators that are looking at those statutes if they want the assistance of our office. They are also looking at the rental voucher statutes in order to condition those expenditures. There are a couple of suggestions that we made that they have not killed yet, but they have not incorporated in the last draft. We asked them to consider including sober living housing into the definition of the recovery residences and the conditional, I'm going to draw a blank, residential facilities, and expressly provide that city and county governmental entities can require a conditional use permit if that is going to be more than 8 individuals, just like they do for youth homes, adult facilities, and things of that nature. So they're looking at and considering whether or not they want to incorporate those suggestions, which would make it more express in the state statutes that cities such as Billings could require a conditional use permit should these residences have more than 8 people. So that is where we are at. I did want to bring up one other thing that we have worked closely with BPD in this past year. BPD has taken a new approach to prosecuting big box store thefts, which is a big problem here. Target, Walmart, your big stores are losing money from shoplifting, and BPD has come up with a method of gathering the information from those loss prevention departments, uploading security surveillance, uploading loss prevention reports so that we don't have to send an officer out to pick those up. We've also in our office integrated a more streamlined process of charging those cases so that we can turn those around faster. It's allowing us to prosecute a wider variety of thefts in order to also keep hopefully a cap on those thefts here in our city, which are significant. So I did want you to be aware of that. Are there any questions before?
Thank you very much. We won't put Councilmember Shaw. We always started with her, so we'll look. Councilmember Gulick can work this way. Councilmember Gulick, anything? Councilmember Neese? Owen?
Can I just ask about that last thing that you were mentioning, the prosecution of big box stores, and I don't know if you want to answer it or leave it for the chief later. Do we have any data or any even anecdotal sense, or the majority of those thefts feeding substance abuse habits? Is that why the thefts are happening, or is it just sort of delinquency?
From what I'm seeing that's being taken, it's typically tends to be things that could be pawned, larger ticket items, electronics, things of that nature. Every now and then you'll also have people who skip scan, who are at the self-checkout registers and just happen to take a few products and put their hand under the scanner. So there's a little bit of everything. Some people taking advantage of what they think is a less monitored way of checking out. But then when you see people with DVD players or things of that nature, those are typically things that are going to be pawned.
Councilor Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to ask a little bit about the comment you made about a recommendation in conditioning the rental vouchers and the recommendations that are being made. What's being looked at in terms of interim committees or the state legislature in terms of conditioning vouchers?
So they have, Councilmember Joy, Mayor, Council, they are using a carrot approach to recovery residences. Recovery residences, which would include the sober living homes that we talk about, they do not have to be certified to operate in the state. However, if they want to receive those rental vouchers from the state funds, then they need to be accredited and they need to register. I don't know if you recall from the sober living presentation that we had, most all of the sober living houses in Billings receive state funds. They do, and that is leading to a great incentive for those houses to seek accreditation.
Thank you. Karen, two somewhat related questions. One, and we won't hold you to this, or at least I won't, but sitting where you are now or standing, what's your top priority in the upcoming legislature that we should go all in on in the way of a legislative change? And if the legislature in its wisdom saw fit to grace us with the authority to condition sober living homes on for facilities that are 8 or more on a conditional use permit, what kind of criteria would we adopt, or would we expect to come out of the legislature? It's not just going to be an arbitrary thing. There's going to have to be some sort of criteria. So anyway, your top priority and what criteria for conditional use permits?
On the conditional use permits, that would really, unless or until the city of Billings elects to cap non-related people residing in a residence, that conditional use permit provision will have no effect on the city of Billings because there's no need to have one. You can have an unlimited number of unrelated people in a sober living home here in Billings. In the event that at some point in time the city of Billings chose to cap that number, we would definitely have an express legislative mandate that we could require a conditional use permit for more than 8 people who wanted to live in a single-family neighborhood. The one thing that I really like about incorporating this is it also gives an incentive that if you abide by the state criteria for either certification or meeting a list of criteria that right now they're considering adopting, then you have the right to locate your sober living residence in any single family neighborhood as long as you don't have more than 8 people. That's a big carrot. So if I am accredited by the state running a sober living home, I can live in any single family residence in the city of Billings as long as I don't exceed 8 people. That's a significant carrot from my perspective, which is why I think that sober living housing belongs in the same category as youth homes, foster homes, adult assisted living types of facilities. In terms of sober living, that would be the one additional thing that I would like to see done at the state. From an overall criminal justice perspective, I will tell you that it is very difficult as a prosecutor to see first forgeries, first thefts, be fine-only offenses. It's like you get your first theft free. we cannot condition anything because it's fine only. There's nothing hanging over anybody's head when there's no possibility of jail time the first time you forge a check, the first time you steal something that's $499.99, and everybody out there knows that. They keep that first one below 500, and there's a presumption in the statute that you get a deferred disposition on your first theft. So it's not even a conviction. That, to me, has done nothing but encourage the volume of theft that we see, both
Okay.
from individuals and businesses.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Purinton, looks like.
So, Karen, one of the things that I've kind of harped on with these sober living homes and with DOC is that at this point, it's my understanding that DOC does not have any criteria for putting these people in a sober living home, which, as Mr. Twido said, they've been around for years because they were a means of continuing outpatient needs for these people that are trying to be sober. And so when you have a sober living home and you've got people coming out of Rimrock or some other facility and they're trying to maintain their sobriety and they're in there with a felony offender who may or may not have an addiction issue. So are those being addressed specifically in this legislation? And the other part to that question is if there are places, and I'm just going to use Rimrock because I can't think of any place else right this minute, that they're putting these people out or into an outpatient facility and they're not getting, the state funds, they're not getting anything else. What would behoove these businesses, the sober living homes, to go with this national accreditation if it's just a means of a outpatient facility?
Thank you so much for that question, Councilmember Purinton. One of the things that I proposed when we were asked for our input for the current legislation is that these placements out of DOC be for people who had a documented substance abuse problem. That was not incorporated into the current legislation because we had discussed at our last meeting that this is a type of interim housing arrangement for affordable housing for people transitioning out of correctional facilities, and that was an issue. The one thing that I do believe that this will address is the fact that at least the vast majority of these homes get some of their revenue, probably 40 to 60%, from state funds. So they're either accredited or they're not accredited. And those funds are a big enough source that the entire organization is likely to seek accreditation, which should benefit the entirety of the House population.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, Tina is next up, is that correct?
No. Chief Valdez.
Chief Valdez, okay, Chief.
Mayor, Council, good evening. I too, for the sake of time, will keep this as brief as I can because I think everybody here has heard quite a bit of this information in the past before, so I'll just get everybody up to speed as quickly as I can. Let's see. It's not going to work for me either, Karen.
We're out of batteries. Get it up there.
We can go to the next one.
Okay.
Let's see.
Point it at Denise and
Thank you. So with this slide here, the priority dispatch, this is the first of our three-point process that you've heard me mention before. This is to reduce responses by our engine crews. And the idea is to have AMR respond to BLS or low acuity calls, which reduces our fire department responses. So we implemented this program in November 8th to be exact. And what we did is we took a sample from before the implementation in 2021, and at that time, from January 1 to July, well, or June 30th, I should say, the call volume at that time, or the calls for service, was 9,023. At the end of that year, we ended up with a total call volume of 18,042 calls. And then we took, after we implemented priority dispatch, we took another sample from this calendar year and came up with 8,492 calls. And then that came up with roughly about a 6% decrease in call volume. Wasn't too thrilled about those numbers, so we did a little bit a deeper dive into this and found that since 2016, the average call volume increase year over year has been about 6%, roughly. And so if you took 2021, like I said, we ended up with the 18,042 calls. If we had not implemented priority dispatch, the call volume projection for the 22 would be 19,125 calls. And so with that priority dispatch implemented, the projection for this year will be about 17,000 calls. So if we hit that projection, the numbers will actually be 11% decrease in call volume. So I was much happier with that. And then also, if we keep in mind, the MRTs, once those are implemented, will further reduce how often those engines go out as well. And we do have some metrics for those to be determined later. Next, is it working? Turn it on, that's the key. On this slide, we did, with the public safety mill levy, we're able to add an assistant chief of EMS. And I'm sure you guys have seen Chief Banfield's face quite a few times talking about behavioral health. Chief Banfield was promoted and started on December 13th. After a little over 6 months, his productivity is well beyond what we expected. His responsibilities include all compliance issues dealing with AMR, point of contact for behavioral health, lead on the MRT program, priority dispatch review, quarterly education recertification for paramedics, and oversight of our health and wellness of our department. This position has already exceeded expectations, and Chief Banfield is certainly worth his weight in gold, especially in the medical arena. And with this, this would be part 2 of our 3-part process. So this slide addresses some operational gaps within our current ordinance, which is pretty broad-based. It's important to remember that this does not take the place of a contract, but does allow the city to hold our partners more accountable. And negotiations of this agreement are ongoing. Some of those key issues addressed were, I don't know if you guys remember me talking about right of first refusal. Should our EMS partners leave the community, it basically leaves us high and dry. We did get that addressed in this agreement. So we would have right to purchase their equipment at fair market value should they leave town, and which would not disrupt our operations. Second piece was the automatic vehicle locator, and what this does is this gives us access to where they are located within the city. And so when our captains are on scene and need to make a quick decision if we're out of units, they can actually pull up on their iPad and see exactly where the closest unit is. And that allows them a little bit more latitude in what to call for as far as resources go. Another piece was CAD to CAD. And so in this system, before CAD to CAD was implemented, the call would come into our dispatch center, then that would get relayed to Spokane, and then Spokane would then relay that information to the ambulances here in town. So we eliminated that with the CAD to CAD, and now Spokane gets that information simultaneously. So as our dispatcher is typing in the narrative, they're getting that same information at the same time. And so that goes straight to the ambulance the same time as our folks are getting that information. So speeding up the process a little bit there. And then lastly, working on administrative fees and a charge for the use of our medics. In 21, just a little over 350 separate times, AMR needed to use one of our personnel. And so now moving forward with this agreement, should it get signed, we're going to charge for that use of that personnel moving forward. And then also, they have agreed to pay for some of the cost recovery for the use of our EMS chief. So roughly about 25% of their salary is what we figured into the agreement that they'll pay for. Next slide. So other additional personnel that came out of the public safety levy was the deputy fire marshal. And this individual focuses on basically two separate items. One is the target hazards within our community. And this position's main area of concern is target hazards such as the high rises, high occupancy buildings such as hospitals, schools, nursing homes, as well as high fire load buildings such as your big box stores and other commercial properties. And then secondly, community risk reduction has been around for a while, but it's new to us. And what community risk reduction does is it goes beyond our normal prevention duties such as public education, code enforcement as it pertains to the fire service, and plans reviews. It takes a holistic approach that addresses community risks that have the potential to overwhelm a local agency's resources. And so what that looks like, for example, is the refinery has potential for a major incident. Our individual studies that, determines what resources, not just locally, but surrounding, that would be able to help us to mitigate that, and then how to deploy those resources. So that's where CRR comes from, or community risk reduction. It just goes beyond what our resources can do and what they're capable of. And then logistic officer was a new position. This position will be filled next month permanently. This has been a special assignment. This position has been responsible for managing the deployment and tracking, of supplies, equipment, and services to support large-scale emergency operations and our daily ops as well. And then it also allows us greater inventory and accountability of our equipment, and then better pricing through networking because it's their sole focus. And then last slide, mobile sponsoring teams. This is the third and final piece of that three-point process. I know many people are excited about this program, and we're anxiously awaiting to see how this will work in our community. So while we're not reinventing the wheel, a program does take quite a bit of logistical work to ensure a fairly smooth implementation. And so actually starting tomorrow at 8 o'clock, for the next 2 days, we'll be interviewing 40 candidates and through the 6th and the 7th. The candidates that are selected will start training August 22nd, and we'll have them released that Monday following Thanksgiving, and then that first car should be implemented, and then the second car should be implemented shortly after that. So while it hasn't been easy to implement these changes, but it has been very exciting. The end. Questions? Told you I'd keep it brief.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, we'll start with any questions for the chief?
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Good to see things moving along. You mentioned the CRR, and as far as the community risk, and our county, it appears the county does the same thing. What's the difference between what the CRR is doing in our county? Casey, I forget his title, but
DES coordinator, so Department of Emergency Services. So they mirror each other, actually. And so collaboratively, and this is brand new for us, so we're just getting started, they'll work collaboratively to figure out the resources needed and what deployment looks like for specific targeted areas.
So that's not a duplication of what the county is already doing for us?
So what it does is it goes along with our, we add public education in that piece as well, and start to drag in other community partners. And it's along the LAPC lines, if you will, once we start to get a little bit more detailed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rowan.
Chief, one of the things that I've been concerned about is, as we see the population growth in the community, more people kind of moving out into the county, maybe who are from other states, I think there's lots of places where you have an expectation that if you call 911, someone will arrive. And so I'm wondering if you could just give us updates or thoughts on what's happening in rural areas, how much we're being pulled out, to help us understand what that looks like.
Sure. So had some numbers pulled today, and the numbers aren't growing exponentially. They're kind of leveled, if you will. We're projected to run 1,000 calls in the Bufsa area again this year. And it may even be a slight decrease because of priority dispatch. So we're not sending our units out for medical calls as much for those basic life support type calls. Today it was addressed with the county commissioners in regards to level of service out in the county beyond Bufsa, and that we would be starting an educational process. Don't know whose lap that's going to fall in, but it's probably going to be us, to let the county know that while there is an expectation, it's not always reality. So stay tuned with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Troy? Councilmember Me, Councilmember Trigi, Councilmember Tidswell, Councilmember Purinton.
Keep this going here. So the new officers, the deputy fire marshal and your logistics officer, are those non-bargaining positions?
No, they're not.
So are they also, if they're not doing whatever it is that they do on that list of things, are they firemen?
Yes, they absolutely can double. Yes.
They can, but that's not particularly their job.
It's not their first priority, but we can use them. Yes.
Okay.
They are suppression ready.
I think that's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Nothing else? Councilmember, okay, so Chris.
Sorry, Chief, I can't help but want to add a little bit to Councilmember Owen's question.
You bet.
It is an issue. Our dispatchers who dispatch for all of Yellowstone County with the exception of Laurel.
Correct.
We're constantly trying to find the most effective, respectful, candid way, I guess, to deal with rural fire districts, incidents outside the Bufsa, outside of our primary responsibility area. We're not having issues inside of the area that we under contract are responsible for, but our dispatchers are spending a lot of time trying to help folks who are having emergency calls outside of that area, and we're trying to figure out how that needs to look into the future, because our rural partners, all due respect, they are what mutual aid agreements that we have, and the mutual is disproportionately no mutual. It is the city of Billings will come if it's bad enough, so just count on the city to respond. So I'm not being quite as politically correct as the chief, but those are issues or sensitivities that we are dealing with, and they're stretching our resources in our organization. Is that a fair statement, Chief?
That is a fair statement. So it's no longer mutual aid when we have to show up and do their work for them. And so we're looking at alternatives and maybe a little bit of consequence with that, if you will, with some of those areas. So what mutual aid looks like is if an agency has an incident commander responding to that type of call, when they request us, our help, we will respond. That is mutual aid. But if there's no one responding, which is what we're continuously running into, and we do get called to that area, it's not mutual aid at that point. That's us going to do the work, so.
And of course, the health of rural residents is at jeopardy when nobody is responding. That's a follow-up on that, and then Councilmember Purinton.
Chief, when you all do training exercises, do you ever invite volunteer fire departments, or do you sponsor training for volunteer EMTs, volunteer fire departments? Do we sort of try to help build capacity?
Absolutely. You are correct in that. And we haven't here of late in the last couple of years, and that's just everybody's time is different and logistical, and not to make excuses. We're pretty darn busy here, and we do train hard. But the problem is in the volunteer communities, they have their day jobs and they're ready to train in the evening time when we've been training all day. And so there's where the problem is. But we have in the past done some night trainings with them. Unfortunately, you can only train so much. We have our SOPs and SOGs that have been put in place. We have our football plays, if you will, on how we want to attack things. And it's hard for other agencies to be able to come in or us to go out and learn what everybody else wants to do. So when you do it, it's kind of the bare minimum. It's you're looking at, you know, a water tank to help us get water, and that's about the level of help.
Thank you. Councilmember Pearson?
So the question going back to that area outside the mutual aid area, because it was my understanding that I learned that insurance companies, I mean, people don't even know that they're not insured. And so whenever someone buys a piece of property, I mean, you have to let them know whether or not you've got stuff, you know, whatever it is, radon or whatever. Why can that not be part of a contract? I would think that that would have to be part of a contract that would go back to the realtor for not disclosing something, because that's pretty major.
I would absolutely agree. And like I said today, the county was pretty much put on notice. If they're not willing to educate their constituents, then we are, to make sure that people understand what they have and what they don't have.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Councilmember Neese, and then council will probably need to take a break because we've still got a couple of presenters here. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask the attorney, she may have to get back to us on this, about this, because I wasn't aware the city, I understood that mutual aid we were responding. I wasn't aware that we were responding to incidences outside of our jurisdiction without, you know, being a mutual aid incident. And it seems to me like it's been happening enough that now these agencies are coming to rely on it and depend on the city. And if we stop doing it, there could be some liability for the city of not responding at the time. So I'd like that to be considered when you're looking about this. I don't think we should be responding because it's going to increase a lot of the cost to the taxpayers, and we're there to be mutual aid, not to be the first responders. That's not what the agreement is. And so if we stop doing that, is there any liability to the city for just cutting that off if that's the decision the city makes to say, you know, you're not playing with this right, you're supposed to be responding and we come to your help?
Karen, you want to take a comment?
They won't give me any electronics that turn on tonight. I have looked at this issue. The city could refuse to respond to those calls. What we end up with is not necessarily a legal question, but a moral question. Are we going to let these people die outside of the area that we serve? 911, being a county and city function, has to dispatch the best units that they can. Those units can refuse to respond. EMS is not, a mandatory or essential service here, which is breathtaking when you think about that. So we're left to struggle with, do we let people die on the outskirts of the edges of Yellowstone County because, I'm so sorry, it's not in our mutual aid agreement? Do we raise the issue with the public so that the public is aware you do not have EMS service in the outreaches of Yellowstone County? It is a very difficult decision. We could or we could not respond where we don't have a legal obligation without incurring that liability. At this point, it is a moral imperative more than it is a legal imperative.
Thank you very much. Anything else for the chief? Chief, thank you for being with us. Tina and Chief Blue Chief, we apologize we didn't get to you before break time, but we will as soon as we get back. It's 7:33. We will start at 7:40, if not before. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Wyatt, it looks like you're going to tee up Tina?
Yes, yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, very briefly, so we can keep this moving along. We're going to talk now about code enforcement. We're going to give you sort of three topics here. First, talking about what code enforcement is doing regarding the public safety mill levy resources and where we're moving there. And Tina's going to walk through that. She's going to talk to you about the Dirty Dozen, an update there, which also has some success stories attached to it. So you'll see some negative, but you'll also see some positive that's going on there. And then lastly, a brief update on the massage facility license ordinance and what's been going on there. You did get a little blurb in your packet on that Chris provided through Andy Zeller, our finance director. He's not here tonight, so Tina's gonna give a brief overview on that, and then certainly we can follow up if there's more detailed questions on the licensing side that Andy can answer. And then I just wanted to say, I mean, it's been 6 months since Tina took her position as our new full-time code enforcement manager, and it's just been amazing. We've had a lot going on, a lot of positive activity there. You're gonna hear about it here in a minute, but that decision by the council the previous budget year has really kind of catapulted us in that area to move a lot of things forward in code enforcement. So I just wanted to mention that before she starts off. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Tina, welcome in more ways than one. It looks like some great things are being done, but as Catherine Card would tell you, we've got more to do, especially around the 200 block of 27th, sounds like. But take it away.
Okay, well, as Wyatt said, and everybody should have their own intro person. I do have 3 separate presentations for you tonight. So this first one here is just a general overview of what we've been up to and what we're planning to do here. I started in January, and we have been moving forward rather quickly through items that have been needing attention. Because of the public safety mill levy, we're actually going to be moving into a 5 enforcement area division of the city. We currently have 3 divisions in the city, but this is what we're proposing for when all 5 residential officers are in place. And how I came up with the dividers, or the zones basically, is I took the last 2 years of stats and I looked at the caseload and I looked at how we could better divide that among the city. So currently we are still under the old 3 areas, but this is what my goal is here. Hopefully we're going to kick it off in September. So just a brief overview of what each officers are assigned to. Our residential handles basically everything on that list and then some. Through the public safety mill levy, we brought back the commercial code enforcement officer, and we are planning to use that very strategically. We are addressing all of those kind of specialty ordinances, and we'll have one person that is assigned to that, and therefore would make it an excellent point of contact. That person can become more well-versed in how to enforce those things, suggestions to improve them, just make it a little bit more efficient. And then our current code officer too, that handles all of our nuisance properties, abandoned buildings, dangerous structures, that position is currently vacant. So we are taking the opportunity to kind of tweak it a little and give it some better criteria and some more structure. So with public safety mill levy, we should have 5 residential in place and then the 2 Code 2 officers. So when I was making this presentation, I actually had it started before I knew that I would be showing this to you. And the reason I did it was because I felt that the community needed to know what we're doing and what we don't do, because sometimes they get confused and we get a lot of back and forth as far as, is it the police department, is it ours? So I thought including a slide to show what we don't do would make it easier for folks. So I plan on using this presentation when I speak to community groups and neighborhood task force meetings. So basically, just briefly, anything motorized on the street, that's going to be the police department. Moving transients along, that would be the police department. In effect, anything that involves people would be a police matter. If it involves property and the property owners, it would be a code enforcement matter. Now, there are times when that will partner, and we do that all the time with the police department. We will actually go and partner on some of these property violations where you have transient camps, and we will assist them with clearing those. But my officers are not equipped to deal with people in that capacity. It's not safe. And so therefore, we partner with our police department. So since January, some of our recent achievements. In the first 3 months, we created and completed our policy and procedure manual, which I thought was necessary so that everybody's on the same page. We have now a field training program that lasts 4 weeks. So any of our new officers that are hired, they're all trained exactly the same, and we're all on the same page, and we're doing things consistently. We've partnered recently with adult treatment court through municipal court. We have used them 3 times in some cleanups and abatements, and that partnership has been very successful. We, again, police department has been instrumental in some of our abatements, as well as just some of the routine things that we do throughout the day. I sent the entire staff to crisis intervention training at the beginning of January, which is a week-long school, and it was effective in helping them to deal with some of these more difficult people, which generally speaking is negative when we talk to people through code enforcement. One of the ones I'm proud of right now is our partnership through our nonprofit Warrior Wishes, and how we're helping a local veteran to fix up his residence so he can live in his house. And then finally, our legal support with the city attorney's office. They had already consistently done monthly case reviews, but we've added to that, and we've had consultation on new ordinances. I've worked with Karen on sober living. I've worked with her on marijuana issues, and some of the other ordinances, massage spa facilities that have become important to council and to the community, and we've partnered with them and we speak to them on a regular basis. So that has been beneficial. We also have an attorney that is assigned to us, that when we do our monthly case reviews, we get advice, we get opinions, we get ways to move forward, and he is always at our disposal. So So our immediate goals here. So as a result of the public safety mill levy, I was allowed to increase my staff by 3. We hired 1 new residential officer in May because we were given that budget amendment, and he is already up and running and doing a great job. The commercial code enforcement officer interviews were last week, and we are actually offering that position to an internal employee, so that will be a smooth transition. So it'll be one of our current residential officers that moves into that position. As I said before, our nuisance property, abandoned property officer, that position is currently vacant, but we're going to use that opportunity to make it better than it was. So we just need a couple more residential officers, and we'll be staffed at 5 for residential, and then we can implement that map that I showed you in the beginning. So my goal there is to just have a better coverage throughout the city. It reduces the amount of time that the officers have to be driving around. I've already had the 2 West End officers tell me that it's reduced their mileage on their trucks. They're able to get to things quicker. They're able to look at more re-inspections during the day because they don't have to drive as far. What we also have is 2 positions that start later in the day. So we have an 8:30 to 7 p.m. position, and then I have days off on either ends of the week. So my ultimate goal there is to have customer access to a code enforcement officer from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, so that if someone has a question after work, they work normal hours and they want to speak to someone, those phones get forwarded to that officer's cell phone, and he's able to answer those questions for them. With the addition of 3 officers, I think we're going to be able to do a lot more team cleanups that we've done, even just over the last few months. And the efficient resolution of cases is important to me. So they're able to work on their cases. They're able to resolve them quicker because they can pay more attention to them. They're have a more manageable caseload, especially for the West End. That was incredibly large. And so they're able to keep up with their inspections. They can self-initiate. They can identify projects that we need to do. And that's all part of that, making it more efficient. So where are we going from here? I'm moving towards a more proactive, solutions-oriented type of code enforcement. We can react as much as we want, but we need to find solutions. And some of the ways that we've done some of that already, partnering with treatment court, partnering with veterans nonprofits that are helping us in those areas. So we want to start to move in a direction where we can start getting ahead of some of these problems. So with that, I would like to see an increase in neighborhood cleanups. We can start getting those moving. Graffiti is a huge problem in this city, and that's why I've assigned it specifically to the commercial officer. And so right now, I'm in the research and education stage because there's got to be a way to do this, and there has to be a way that other cities have handled this problem. So currently, I'm going through a 10-lesson video training of a gentleman who's been in the business for probably 20-plus years, and he's helped cities similar to ours with this problem. And there's some things in there that we can use, and there's some things, obviously, that we won't use. But we're going to definitely work on that program, and it's at the top of my list. I remember Councilwoman Owen had talked about property management companies in a previous work session and how maybe we can work with them to avoid certain violations. And that's definitely a work session that I am open to. And I think that that would be great if we can educate and bring that into it so we can maybe get ahead of some of these problems. Neighborhood task forces. I actually have a presentation next week at one of them. They've invited me to speak to them, and I'll probably be bringing this PowerPoint with me so I can get them up to speed on what we've been doing. And also, at some point, once I get these things implemented, especially the new areas, I would like to be able to measure that success, maybe at a 6-month level, then a year level, to see if moving some of that, distributing some of that work is helping, taking more specific and strategic enforcement in that commercial officer, making things a little bit more streamlined. I think that's it. Any questions?
Very good, thank you. I think we started Councilmember Neese last time, so Councilmember Owen?
Thanks. It's strange for me not to call you Sergeant.
I know, but you can.
I wanted to kind of expand on 2 of the things that you listed as goals. I think Wyeth has done a pretty good job of reminding us that code enforcement is complaint-driven. But then how do you proactively tackle something like a neighborhood cleanup without waiting for a complaint or, getting a complaint on one property and addressing everything around it? What's kind of your vision for tackling that, particularly in some areas that are real high crime?
Well, please remember, I'm still a little green.
Yeah, that's okay.
It hasn't been 6 months yet, so it'll be in about a week. But honestly, the officers right now, they will go to a call that is complaint-driven, and they will see other similar problems on the street, and they will address those. That is a bare minimum. I don't feel it's right to go to one and not address all, right? We need to be fair. They know their neighborhoods. They really do. And when they come to me and say, we have a problem in this area we need to work on, or we need to do a cleanup, or I've even started to identify it now. So as I drive around, even in my personal vehicle, I'm like, oh, I've called things in, or I've sent an email, we need to fix this, or we need to replace this dumpster because it's covered in graffiti, and I'll reach out to Public Works. But I think that's going to give us the opportunity that they're going to be able to be more familiar with their areas. They're going to be able to identify those problems for me, and then we're all going to think about how we're going to fix those. And we've been doing that since I started. That policy manual they have taken ownership of their division. They have actively worked on it with me, included themselves in it, and we've moved forward in a direction because they have the knowledge base, right? So they were able to assist me in making that come to fruition.
So then, in a similar vein, rather than just keeping in contact with the task forces, which I think is important, are there ways that you're thinking about to more creatively use the task forces who likewise know their neighborhood and might actually be sort of a force multiplier for you?
Yes, actually I do. So the graffiti classes that I'm taking right now, actually, that is one of the proponents, is how you recruit volunteers. And you do that through your community task forces, through your community groups. And you present to them and you bring them this program, and I'm at the beginning stages of it, but there's some definite things that I can see that we can use in Billings to actually move forward and maybe start to make a difference. Now, it's not going to happen overnight. A lot of these cities, it took years to get to where they are, where they're almost graffiti free, but I think we need to start sooner rather than later, and that's basically where I'm at with it. And I know I can use those task forces for that purpose.
Thank you. Councilor Rowan? No. Or Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and
Third time
Council.
striking out.
That's okay. But thank you, Mayor and Council. I was just going to make a comment. I love to hear what you're doing. It's wonderful. Graffiti is just something that irritates people. I have constituents. He hasn't called me yet, but I'm sure he'll call me later about graffiti. It's one of those things that really bothers people. It's not just an aesthetic. They just really feel like it's a disrespect to their neighborhood. And so I'm glad to hear that you have some ideas. And I know that quite a few years ago, Officer Lamb was the parks. We called him Parks Ranger, and then we got in trouble for calling him Parks Ranger or something like that. It was back in the day. Anyway, he worked very hard on graffiti. And so I know that there's been attempts at that, but it does take a lot of marshaling of volunteers. And the Pioneer Task Force recently wrote to us about their situation. So I commend you and good luck.
Thank you. Tina, I'm going to follow up with graffiti because it's one of those things that really makes a difference in a community for all those reasons. One thing is just to alert you that at our last business meeting, the council approved some dollars for community education with public safety connection. And specifically, we discussed making some of those dollars available for a reward program. So as you think about how to address graffiti, communicating with task forces, I would encourage you to look to ways to tap into those dollars, create some sort of a reward program. That's one thing. The second is the community needs to know about these good things that are happening. It's hard to measure, results, but they need to at least know that we're doing things. That will inspire confidence. People voted to tax themselves, and they deserve to know what those are. So I'd encourage you to work with our the city's PIO, your resources as well, to get this word out, because it's a really positive word. But the other thing there when it comes to graffiti is I wonder if there would be some sort of a program for cameras. One thing about graffiti is it's often kind of a predictable by location. There's places where they're just always targets for graffiti, and that seems like a prime place to set up cameras hidden and locked and secure some way. I wonder whether we have those resources, whether we should be investing those, whether we could be making loaner cameras, like trail cams, basically available to private businesses, teaching them how to use them, let them monitor it as a way to collect evidence for taggers. Can you want to comment on anything I said?
I'm actually very excited to hear all of you say those things, because it's all things that have already been addressed in these classes that I'm taking. So the very suggestions that you're making have proven to be successful in other cities. So that's the reason why I went down the road of educating myself on this so that I can formulate some sort of plan and use something that's already worked, right? So, why reinvent the wheel? But all of those things, the hot spots where it seems to be, they like to tag in that area, they like to hit that area, all of those things, getting businesses involved. Those are all things that are discussed in this training that I'm doing. And I'm excited to hear you say that because it's telling me that I'm going in the right direction.
Okay, great. Councilor Tricky?
Yeah, just one quick comment, two quick comments, actually. One thing, I'm really happy to see us starting to move towards a more proactive approach to this. One of the main reasons is I know a number of times I get calls from people who are complaining about something, which is definitely hurting the neighborhood, but they're afraid to say anything about it. And if it's known in the community that, just driving by, the city will note something, that takes the pressure off of people who are afraid to report something. And also, I really, really look forward to seeing what you start coming up with, being more proactive, but also working with the property managers and the task forces. The moment I saw that, the first thing that came to my head was, hey, the property management companies are the ones that actually know what the condition of all these rentals are in the city, and that just sparked off a whole bunch of ideas that the libertarian me will hate at some point in time or another.
Oh, trust me, I have ideas going in my head all the time, but yes. Keeping in mind that code enforcement doesn't have anything to do with the interiors of residences, but we can certainly help those property management companies with the exterior and the property that surrounds the rentals.
Thank you, Councilor Tiswell.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Perrington.
Thank you, and welcome to this position.
Thank
You're doing
you.
a great job, and I love some of the directions that you're going. On the use of the people that come out of the adult treatment court, does this take time off of either their fine or their days? How does that pay out for them?
Yeah, it's for their community service hours. So the first gentleman we used we did a part day with him, and it was a voluntary abatement, and that was our test case, and it worked out really well, and it's actually one of the properties that I'm going to show you in the Dirty Dozen. Okay. So that was, we wanted to see how this was going to work, and he was a hard worker, and of course we coordinate through treatment court, and there are certain rules that we have to follow and certain guidelines that we've agreed upon. But he was a great worker, and that helped him with his community service hours. Now, there was another abatement that we did, and it was for National Volunteers Day in April. And we did 2 different sites. We had 20 volunteers at one and 10 at another. And that was strictly just volunteering, and that was treatment court coordinators who reached out to us and offered us the 30 people. So that didn't come off their community service hours. That was just them giving back to the community, nice. And it was an excellent result.
So following that vein with whenever you have someone doing community service hours, do you still charge the property owner for?
No.
So I think that's always a big issue whenever code enforcement goes in, and either they're going to cut your weeds for you or clean your place up for you, whatever, that it just costs so darn much money. I mean, these people don't have a chance of paying that money.
You're right.
So I appreciate the fact that, that we are truly helping some of these people. Mm-hmm. And I guess moving that along, it'll be interesting in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, what their property will look like again. You will keep track of that, I suppose, or they'll show up on the...
Yeah, and that goes back to the officers being familiar with their areas.
Sure.
They keep an eye on those projects, and they tell me if they see that those projects are starting to get bad again.
Sure.
We are in transition right now. We have a vacancy, and we have some new positions. So we are transitioning, so it may not always be, we may not always be on top of it, but we stay pretty on top of it. For the most part.
One last follow-up question. Whenever you said that you're going to that 7 to 7, so right now, I guess they would call into the code enforcement office, which is in the planning department, and they're done at 5. So are you saying there'll be a recording that they can contact?
No, they're going to talk to a live person. So what we've been doing, and we've doing this as a test before I announce to the public and put it on our website that we will be accessible those times, we've been running kind of a test case scenario. So when our clerk leaves at the end of the day, she transfers her desk phone to whichever officer is staying later that day, and those calls go to his cell phone, his city cell phone. And so he will answer those calls, and he will either, initiate the case if it's another officer's area. But it's been working. We've only been doing it for a couple of weeks now. And so I'm still waiting to get that feedback and see how that works. But my goal is for those folks who work 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, who don't get the opportunity to talk to a code enforcement officer when they need to, we have officers that start early in the morning, and now we have officers that will be available in the evening. And they can answer those questions and at least get the ball rolling for, that area to get addressed.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Really exciting to hear about all of this great stuff that's happening. One thing that makes my phone ring is, and I was just sitting here thinking, I'm sure this is not the same in every area of town because of how our neighborhoods are constructed differently, but I often get calls from people saying, people are just speeding down my alley and it's really loud and it's late at night, or they're doing that and they're throwing stuff to the side, and it's these straight shots down these, multiple blocks where they can just really kind of clip through. And, my response is always, well, let's involve code enforcement. I don't know what can be done. So anyway, I'm curious, what's on your radar in terms of educating the community about what individuals can do to make the alleys safer, to make it less likely that those kinds of things would happen? Is that at all part of, okay, so then I would say, I would maybe put this on your radar.
That's going to be that guy over there.
Okay, this is you, then I will save it for you later, but I don't know where the nexus is of the blue chief, but yeah, anyway, I think that for our community, the more we can educate them on, here's what you as an individual homeowner can do to make your alley safer, to make it less likely for people to do that, and whoever that comes from, I think is great. So that was just my...
Well, certainly blocking the alley or parking in the alley or creating some sort of an issue there is something that code enforcement can address for sure.
Yeah.
But as far as the speeders, that would be blue over there.
Yeah. Councilmember Gillick?
I think I'll
Okay. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an area that I have asked for a long time.
You look so excited to ask me this question.
I am. I'm excited that we've, I have to say the word proactive code enforcement always still scares me, because I just vision people out there going out there and tell you blade of grass is too long and they cite it. So I'm hoping that never comes to that. But in lieu of that, I'm really excited that you've done things that beyond what I expect, like expanded hours. That's terrific. I find that all the time when I'm trying to contact a company. It's like they're closed. And so this is really great because we're here to serve the public, and that's what you're doing. So kudos to you, because that was well beyond what I thought. The whole idea of graffiti, I'm going to hold you to this because I heard you say that the city would be graffiti free.
No, I said mostly graffiti free, and I also said years.
Okay, yes, years, that's fine. I hope,
love that.
Yeah,
honestly.
I hope that's the goal, because I think we can do that, and because I think graffiti leads to other things. I think the whole broken window theory of this kind of stuff leads to more crime, and I think if we can stop that, Mayor, I agree with the ideas of the CAMs. If we could put that in place and loan those out so we can help hit those hot spots, because this is something that is Councilman Joy, you said, this is disrespectful to people's property. It's not a violent property crime, but it's a disrespectful crime to that, and we need to do something about that. And so I'm really glad that you're working on this. Some of besides graffiti comments, the other I get is litter, and a lot, of course, is litter along the public right of way. is that something that your department is, in other words, if I had litter in my yard, you would probably come out and talk to me?
Or send you a letter.
You'd send me a letter, tell me to clean up my yard.
Yeah.
If the city has litter in their yard, is that something that you would deal with?
Send the city a notice? We would probably let that department know to clean it up. We work with Public Works on situations like that. If we get a complaint or we see something, we let them know as they're going through that neighborhood that they need to clean up that alley or they need to clean up that boulevard.
Okay, so same thing with parks. When we get, sometimes I'll get complaints about the parks, you know, being dirty and stuff like that. That would be something that you guys would handle.
We can, if it comes through our department, and we'll reach out to the right people. I mean, I hear my officers all the time on the phone when someone calls in and it's not exactly code enforcement's area, they offer to either send an email on behalf of the caller, or they will make the phone call to get it taken care of. So, and that was already happening before I got there. They were already going that extra mile for people.
Okay. Mayor, one last, I think it's one last question, is the proactive solutions. I really appreciate you thinking out of the box as far as bringing other partners in on this, and that's helpful. But how are you involving other city departments as far as the eyes and ears? Are you focusing only on your team to spot these things and the residents to turn them in, or are you talking to other department heads and say, hey, you're out there and you see stuff, you make it easy for them to say, we saw something here, you need to take a look at it?
I see where you're going with that, and that is a next step, honestly. What I've been trying to do is get my team organized and structured and get them all on the same page before I start to add more in. I feel like I need to build that foundation so that everybody knows what we're doing before we start to bring in other areas that we can expand. And that is on my radar, and that is one of the little thoughts that goes around in my head. I do want to partner with other divisions so that we can help each other. There's got to be ways that we can do this better and communicate better.
Great. Graffiti-free Billings. I look forward to it. Thanks.
Okay, all right, very good.
I didn't say it would happen overnight.
Tina, I do want to thank you very much and again, commend you for a great job, but I think we'd be a little bit remiss if we, since we had public comment that you heard at the beginning with this list of activities on the 200 block of 27th Street, not all of those are owned by the same property owner, I assume, but at some point there does rise to the level of it being a public nuisance, and that in conjunction with the city attorney's office becomes your headache. In this particular case, is this something that we should be talking, and it's really the city attorney's office to be focused on this? A lot of this involves the people problems, not the property problems.
Right.
So in that sense, maybe it's not your headache, but can you just comment specifically on what we heard from the public on that issue earlier?
Yes, I did. So the criminal public nuisance charge is different, or statute is different than the city ordinance, but they can work together. And I've actually been looking into that and researching it to see how we can do that. We can partner with the police department and maybe move forward with one of these properties that is creating that nuisance. Again, take a place like the Colonial. If they have no debris in their yard, if everything is, there's no boarded windows, there's nothing that code enforcement can address there on the outside of that property, then there's really not a lot we can do. Remember that code enforcement does their work from the street. We do it from the public right-of-ways. We're not allowed to go on properties. That's the difference, part of the difference between us and the police department. We don't have the authority to just walk onto a property.
Okay.
As far as the fire that occurred, that report, all those fire reports come to our department. So the fire marshal sends those to us. And what we do is we open an initial case, extend a courtesy notice to that property owner, and we let them know that we are aware of this fire. We set out a reinspection for 90 days because insurance and things like that take time, but we let them know that we're here and that if we can assist them, please make sure that the property is safe. So, for example, if it's windows and doors and things that have been burned out, they need to be boarded so that it's safe for the community until they get their insurance straightened out. Those are the types of things that we can do. As far as the criminal activity, that would not be under our public nuisance.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Follow up before we release?
Just a quick one. I had sent an email regarding the high weeds and a lot of the unkept properties regarding the 12-inch or higher weeds. And right now with, I know our shortage of seasonal help with Public Works and probably in the Parks Department, the city, and I think this was what you addressed, was that, you know, right now the city doesn't look too good because we're not able to mow and some of these other things. So I find it difficult for us to address it with property owners if the city isn't taking care of their own property. And I think the other thing, because I think it was last year I had mentioned to Debbie about the right-of-ways. And I think there are a lot of people, I mean, I didn't know this, about how much property owners actually are responsible for in that right-of-way. And so, and I think you mentioned something too, Mr. Mayor, about the weeds and everything and the curbs and whatever. So how are you addressing that when we've got weeds, you know, 2.5 feet tall in the right-of-way that should be mowed by our city? How do you approach that with property owners? Or have you sent a letter to Chris?
Well, being that this is my first weed season, I am learning very quickly how this whole thing operates. We do have a shortage over in Public Works as far as seasonal employees. I think I might want to defer to you to answer this.
I'm happy to add to it. So, Councilmember Purinton, I think it's worth talking through. I share the sensitivity, and yet, if we want to really confuse people and not get on top of cleaning up our community, try going a season and saying, you don't need to worry about taking care of your yard. We'll catch up with you next year. I think if we're violating it, then we deserve a notice, and we have to get on top of that with our employees. But I think if you remove that expectation of landowners, how are we going to clean up our community? Similarly to graffiti, it's all 1,000 employees. Code enforcement team, all 1,000 employees, and all 117,000 residents. When 117,000 residents get engaged in not accepting graffiti, we won't have graffiti all over town. So all these things I think we need to approach, and there should be, that is a real issue for us for sure, and I think it's a legitimate concern, how we enforce things when we're struggling to do things, but when I talk it through and think it through and responding to your question, I think we would really dig a hole for ourselves.
And that's not my expectation at all, for us to ignore what is going on. But I also don't want to ignore what the city's responsibility is in those right-of-ways, because they're looking pretty bad down Rimrock.
There are some places. All right, Gina, thank you very much. Dirty Dozen, where are we at here? Were you thinking of, we don't have time to go through?
No, we're going to do this. So we're not going to do, Mayor, if that's okay, we punted on street assessments. We'll come back on the 18th. I would like us to move through their critical code pieces and keep this is all about improving the safety of our community, if, with all due respect, if that's okay with you.
All I can ask is you just move as quickly as you can, because Elise is still here and she's starting to get droopy-eyed, and we still have more after the public.
More like I will. All right, so these are our current Dirty Dozen. So 504 Hillview is actually an investment company, and their plan is to demo, but they have been doing some cleanup. So you got on the left-hand side your initial photo and your current photo. We have a graffiti issue there on 2nd Avenue North, and a citation is pending. We actually contacted the owner. He is going to start work on that July 14th. We have reinspection on July 18th. If nothing's done, he'll be cited into court as well. 2919 6th Avenue South is also an investment company. They are actually going to remodel this property and bring it to a place where they can sell it. 802 Yellowstone has been an issue for years. It's an abandoned building. It really does need to be taken down. The owner of that building has been difficult to serve a citation to. So I'm currently working to try to make that happen along with our legal department. Windmill Circle, this was before my time. I think it might have been a fire. They finally got their building permits and they have until October to get it in compliance. 503 Cook is my good friend Bill. He's our veteran and we are about to get that repaired for him this summer. So that should be done hopefully by the end of summer. 45 Washington is a lot of open storage. We actually have a status hearing tomorrow on this one where if he doesn't come into compliance, we're just going to go for an abatement and we'll do it for him. 4112 Buchanan, this young man has been working very hard to clean up this property. His mother is the owner, but she is deceased. And he has been working with us, so we have been giving him some extensions. We have a status hearing tomorrow, but he has been doing progressively good work on this property. 402 South 39th, this was also a fire. The current condition, it's got windows, it's painted. We have a status hearing tomorrow on it, and I'm pretty sure this one will be in compliance rather quickly. 623 South 26th is a residence that's across from the women's prison. It's been a problem for a while. An investment company has purchased the property. And his plan is to, as soon as they get through all their legal stuff, is to demo it and build a commercial shop out there and improve the property. 3714 Fifth South. This one is in probate and it's a debated probate. So we've been working with them to get the actual outside of the property cleaned up and we have a status hearing tomorrow. It has been improving as you can see from the pictures. 205 South 39th, he has a status hearing on the 3rd of August. Again, he needs to get that cleaned up, and I believe that was a status hearing that was issued by the judge. So those are your dirty dozen. How'd I do?
Very good, yes, yes.
So I want to share some successes with you, though, and I'll do them just as quickly, I promise. 12 MacArthur was a residence that had a bunch of junk in storage, and they were living in the camper. We tried working with the property owner. Turns out we didn't get anywhere with them, so we sent a letter to the tenant, and they cleaned it up, and we had compliance, very positive compliance. The old camera shop, that started out as a graffiti case, and it ended up that the owner had it demoed, so it's a nice, clean lot now. 216 South 30th, there was a collection of storage outside. We were able to work with her, give her a couple of extensions, and she finally did bring that into compliance. So that was within a couple of months. 2112 Main Street was where we used our first treatment court participant. There was a lot of junk on this property, broken down vehicle, et cetera, all brought in by the grandson of this family. So we were trying to work with him, with them. They signed a voluntary abatement. We went out there and we used treatment court so that it wouldn't cost them, because labor can be very costly, but they did pay for dumpster and some of the equipment to remove. But that was a very successful abatement. 221 Miles and 301 South 32nd are both before my time, but these were properties that were demoed by the owners. None of these demolitions were city demos. We did not do them. They were all done by the property owner. 215 South 30th, same thing. 2202 Canyon, we had clutter and junk, and as you can see, it's all cleaned up. 309 South 28th, all of the open storage was taken care of, and we do currently have a open graffiti case for that was painted over, but there's new graffiti out there, so we opened a graffiti case on it. 12 Monroe, there was open storage. It was cleaned up within a couple of months. And then our final one is 245 Birchwood. This was our fun little couple that likes to collect cans. So this is a 3-stage cleanup. We did the cans initially, and that was strictly just the code enforcement team. We went out there and took it all to the recycling. The next cleanup we did was utilizing our 20 volunteers from adult treatment court. So that was a voluntary abatement. 10 folks went out there and helped us clean up all of the other debris that was on the property. What was left was large chunks of concrete that you could not move unless you had some sort of heavy equipment. So one of the code enforcement officers arranged for that to happen. We got rid of all the dead tree branches, all of the concrete, and it is now in compliance.
Excellent. Thank you for the good news.
You're welcome.
All right.
Last but not least.
Chief.
So as the chief is coming.
Do you want your massage ordinance update?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. Sorry, Chief.
Yes.
You've been, trafficking is more important.
I'm talking as fast as I can.
The successes are stacking up. Good job.
All right, so real short version. We've had 5 denied, 12 approved, 70 solos approved, and 5 facilities closed within the city limits. So this ordinance was passed in April of 2021, and again, those stats are up there. 1 facility voluntarily closed prior to adoption of the ordinance, and then we had some outside the city limits that closed voluntarily. Overall, this has been a very good ordinance. It's been, most of the businesses have been cooperative and receptive. They understand when we're going in there and why we're doing what we're doing. I believe that so far the inspections have been successful. We currently don't have any suspected illicit massage facilities in the city limits to date. We have 1 case pending in municipal court. They were operating without a license and outside the business hours if they did have a license. We are currently initiating a case on our end to track these inspections, whereas before we were handing the inspection over to finance to add to the business license application. So we are actually, all of those are going into our side of the system now so we can keep track of what we're doing and when we're doing them and keep copies of everything for us. It's important that we keep our own records. And that's going to fall under that code enforcement officer, the commercial one, and that's going to be part of that job duty. So that's all I got for you. Any questions?
My understanding is from the summary is there are simply no more suspected illicit massage ordinances currently in operation to the best of our knowledge.
To the best of our knowledge currently.
In the city limits.
In the city limits.
Job well done. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. Yeah, that is really good to hear. My concern, though, is they've hidden somewhere. And so I know they were found often by going to some solicited websites out of China or something, I think is when they researched this before. Is that being looked at?
Yes.
To make sure that Billings is not showing up on those sites?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anything else before we turn over to the chief? Doesn't look like it. Thank you, Tina.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Thank you, Tina.
Now, Chief, sorry for the delay.
So as the chief comes up, I'll just, if he were playing baseball, he'd probably have something like a 3,061 hits, 505 home runs, and 1,831s batted in. The Miguel Cabrera of, not the Detroit Tigers, but our team is cleaning up tonight. So, Chief?
Thank you. Mayor,
I'm sorry, your contract doesn't look like his.
Yeah.
But he's still batted 310, as are you. So we're excited to have you on the team.
Well, thanks. And Mayor, thanks for the new handle. The fire chief stopped short of calling me Papa Smurf only because I'm armed, but I'm sure I will hear about that a little bit later, but appreciate it. So we'll move very quickly as well. As you're aware, really the linchpin for moving into the safety levy was the assessment done by CPSM. Really was looking at efficiency and effectiveness of the police department in all avenues. They did come up with 101 recommendations. About 95 of those were really administrative, functional type things. It didn't cost the citizens anything. It was some adjustments that we needed to make. However, in order to do some of the other things that would make us better, needed a investment from the community and from the council for additional staffing and the equipment and stuff to support those officers. As you're well aware, the safety levy passed.
we are results-oriented, and we move very quickly to implement the strategic objectives of the safety levy. And based on the cornerstone set by CPSM, it allowed us to balance out our organization with additional resources, which in turn made us more efficient and effective, and we've already seen the results in a downturn in some of the numbers. And so some of the bigger additions to our organizational structure added some supervision to some of our specialized team. Domestic violence investigator was added to our detective division. We are still waiting for the state investigator to arrive. They're still trying to fill that position, but that will be a added bonus for that little division, if you will. Evidence technicians and support on the backside. We did not add a swing shift or modify any of our hours, mainly because it would be a union issue. We did add additional personnel to our afternoon shift, which is where the work is. And that's made some difference there with the additional people. And then we really went all out with a new platform for recruiting, and it's been pretty successful. So that was the CPSM impetus that got us the safety levy. And safety levy passes. Obviously, the heavy part of that was personnel, and we had transitioned from overhiring to fulfilling the obligations of the safety levy, which was both about 14 sworn and 14 non-sworn personnel. And we have been on hiring mission ever since. So as we stand right now, sworn personnel, we are staffed at 158. We have authorized of 167. Of those numbers, of the safety levy positions, we're only looking to fill 4. So of all the other positions that you and the citizens authorized, we filled those positions. We are right now looking to hire people to backfill for 4 retirements that we had recently and resignation, and then waiting for authorization to move forward with the extra FTE, which would be funded by the DBA. That would be 3 DBA officers paid for by the private sector. So in that respect, we are doing very well on our authorized strength. We have academy slots in September and January, and we also have several post-certified applicants both in backgrounds right now and in interview processes. So if those come out of the other end of the pipeline, we'll have them on the street relatively quickly. So very good on that. Guess I need to push the button too, so at least it's on. So the one thing that we are waiting to do right now is several of our hires were what we call community service officers. So there were 7 of those positions. They are civilian by trade and some other support staff. Mr. Zeller asked to defer those hirings until September, October, till we get a little bit into the new budget. All the new officers that we brought on board were pretty expensive with all the equipment. So the vacancy savings between now and then will help us get to that point, and then we'll be poised to bring those new positions on. So our strategic objectives coming out of the safety levy were to get a handle on violent crime, to strengthen our traffic enforcement, to address the downtown safety issue, and then be a partner with our social services as we dealt with those co-occurring mental health and addiction issues. Again, our objectives dictate our strategy. We lean very heavy on high visibility enforcement, hotspot policing, focused and targets, whether it's a location or individuals. And some of the suggestions that were made by CPSM
were implemented. And because of the additional staffing and ability to balance our organization, we were able to do some of these things. Implemented initially on day shift, soon to be shift-wide, would be this really intense shift overlap training, they call it. So about 10 to 20-minute bursts, topics such as search and seizure, use of force, active shooter, domestic violence, mental health response, just that education that they need to have before they get out. Afternoon shift, again, we put more staffing on that particular shift than the other two. So what they're doing right now, if they have 12 or more, and remember what our minimum staffing is 9, so we're talking 12. We have 12 or more, the extra officers are going to do specialized duty depending whether or what it is they need that particular day, whether they're going to go work traffic, go downtown, get on bikes, go hunt somebody down, whatever the case may be. That's been very effective. Night shift, what they have done with their personnel, again, focus policing. They're going to pick out problematic areas, and the result has been decreased reports of disturbances and increased traffic enforcement on that particular shift. We're excited about that. Crime Prevention Center, taking some of the CPSM recommendations. Again, what we did is we identified who was generating work for us. And once we did that, it was primarily the box stores. And as Karen indicated, working with them, put a plan in place, which essentially increased the capability for city attorney's office to prosecute, but it decreased the need for us to send an officer out there. And you can see those two stores specifically, 17% and 28% reduction respectively in the number of times that we sent officers out there. And again, the cornerstone of CPSM is to keep the officers on the street for emergency situations, not tie them up with things that they don't need to. And this was a great, great example of crime prevention, specifically stepping out there and getting that done. Working with the fire department, we also got the false alarm ordinance up and running, and that's been in place for a couple of months. Our detective division, definitely reactive. They're getting all the stuff after the fact has taken place. For the first 6 months, 253 cases. They've cleared 51% of those. Had worked on 4 homicides, 3 officer-involved shootings. And Councilmember Owen, to your earlier question, way back when, 140 Department of Health and Human Services reports. So yeah, we get a lot of them, and they do go over to the county attorney for review. Our street crimes unit, I would highlight this as, really the epitome of what a proactive unit can do when they are left alone. They get into everything. So again, high visibility, targeted, focused policing, data-driven, and in 6 months, you can see what they've done here. 177 cases, 200 warrants served, recovered 46 vehicles, all misdemeanors, I might add, probably. 43 firearms, 1,300 fentanyl pills. So if you want to look at that as save a life a day, you could extrapolate that to that unit saved potentially 1,300 lives by confiscating those pills and $31,000 in cash. So that is where we want to be optimally, not running from call to call, but being able to get in the middle of stuff, disrupt it, and turn numbers like this. That's what makes us more effective, or makes us very effective. So just touch on this briefly. We'll get into statistics, but again, we are results driven. The resources that we got courtesy of the safety levy, the guidance we got from CPSM, the support from you, and the support from council has
has yielded some pretty good numbers the first half of '22. We compared 4 years worth. Mr. Kukulski likes to go back to the 1800s for, however far, so we have a good look at numbers. But we did 4 for this, and you'll see, from 20 to 21, 24% increase, 21 to 22, 15% decrease. And you can see that we had similar decreases in our categories. When we look at the charts, which are more telling for me, you can see our overall calls for service have decreased 4% so far. It's 6 months in. The number of cases, so calls for service, we have incidents and we have cases. Cases are where officers have to take some sort of definitive action. And they write a report, follow up on something, make an arrest, whatever the case may be. But those two went down, 10%. Our arrests went down. I think that is consistent to what Mr. Twido was saying. He's seeing the decrease there. We're not taking as many cases over there, at least in custodies. And our cites and our warnings increased almost 4%. Again, because of what we were able to do to consolidate our traffic units specifically and really get them after some problematic areas. And I also give credit to the shifts in general. They picked it up too when requested. And so that's good there. Here's the big one, violent crime so far. It doesn't seem like it based on what you're hearing in the news, but our statistics show that we are down in the first half, and violent crimes across the board, all categories, and then property crimes as well. So as it stands right now, I'm very proud to report to you that resources have been put to bear. We continue to put them in place, and we're going to continue to work on these problems. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the good news. Questions? Councilmember Joy, I think we left off with you.
No question.
Councilmember Trickey?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Tidswell?
Great job, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilmember Purington?
And I also, excellent job.
Thank you.
It's nice to hear those things. So a couple of things, been kind of on an email thread about the motorcycle racing that goes on. And I've heard from task force officers, the challenges with that. But are there ways to address that challenge, short of people going out and buying their own spike strips and whatever they suggested?
Council member, yes, there was a lot of discussion about that. Summertime gets the comments on the motorcycles and the racing, and the 4th of July gets the comments on the fireworks and all of that. It is not recommended any way, shape, or form to put anything down, nor is it legal. That'll be a code enforcement deal, by the way. Because you have to think of the liability. If some motorcyclist is going 100 miles an hour and hits a strip in the middle in the street and you end up crashing it, you'll probably end up owning that. Even in our situation, we have spike strips for fleeing vehicles, and they are not to be used for motorcycles. It's problematic for law enforcement. They taunt. They try to get us to chase. Absolutely, disobey the law. And not only are they endangering themselves, which they probably don't think, but it's the motoring public and pedestrians as well. Nobody's expecting to see a 100-mile-an-hour motorcycle coming down the street when you're walking or trying to cross. So it's education. We are going to utilize everything we possibly have, camera systems. We're going to talk to, store owners, anybody that has cameras. And I would even offer a Crime Stoppers for people to say, tell us who these people are. Some of them don't have plates on their bike. Some of them have plates that are bent up, so we can't see them. But at the end of the day, we already had 3 tragedies. We had 2 fatalities. And one, I'm not sure how bad. I'm not sure if that was the reckless driving, but a motorcycle
is going to lose every time.
Yep.
Every time. So that's what our strategy is. Fortunate for us in Billings, knock on wood, that we don't have the packs of motorcycles that other cities do. We see 1 and 2 and 3 that are roaring around. But I will work with our PIO to get something out and see if there's some strategy. But it's difficult. We are not going to chase and endanger our public.
So an additional question, and it seems like whenever we were talking about the massage facilities also, that because of our state laws on privacy, government cannot put these cameras up in order to identify. But it's my understanding that property owners can use these cameras and they are pointed to the streets. Is that something that we should look at? I know just in certain subdivisions, there's one way in, one way out, and especially for, these petty thefts that go on within these subdivisions. Is that an option for either homeowners associations to do that, task force to promote it, or is that something that would be a good idea?
Council member, absolutely. When we have a major crime, canvassing the neighborhood and asking for video that they may have, whether it's Ring doorbell camera or surveillance, is part of our investigation. Again, legislature says you can't put a camera on a street sign or whatever to be monitoring whatever. That's us, that's you.
Right.
But again, citizens, and this is what I'd be asking for, is that, is there any video? Can you help us identify this person? Mainly to save them, because it's not going to end well eventually. The odds are going to run out with that. So there are some strategies. Hopefully we can get them to voluntarily stop. But again, as I mentioned to you in the email, it's, you're the 20 to 30 something who is, invincible is not going to be listening to my PSA.
Correct.
Or it's just going to make you mad, and then I'll give them some water, and that'll make them madder.
Yeah.
So one other question that I have.
Okay, last question, we'll go to Councilmember Shaw.
Okay, so I mentioned this in an email to you and Tina about a dirty dozen for these public nuisances that are involved in these activities that Catherine brought to us again. Because if we can abate a property because they have junk in their yard, why can we not abate a property because there's drugs or whatever nefarious activities are going on? And mentioning, the list that we got from Catherine, I mean, how many citations were written, how many arrests were made. And so to me, it's just one of those things that you do build. I know you've mentioned that it's hard to do, and, but if we can put some teeth in a public nuisance ordinance with abatement, and I think some communities have done that, then I say go for it.
I would certainly support that 100%. Again, I'm going to have to lean heavily on legal with this. When you're talking about the one property in particular, and it's people that are causing the problems. And so when we look at the residence itself, how is that contributing to? So that's what the probably the difficult part is that is the residence contributing to the criminal behavior? And you can make an argument most definitely for the houses that Tina was showing you. They're run down, they're broken, they're not taken care of. They are inviting criminal behavior. Absolutely can validate that. The one particular property, you really can't say that. You just have problematic people in that facility. So again, I'd have to defer to legal on that, but based on what we have right now, I don't think that that's a viable option at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Chief. Great job. I don't have any real questions for you, but I just wanted to reiterate the comment that I made to Tina, that this is actually, it sounds like in your court of, can can you help us educate the public on, I think this is a real gray area of like, where are people allowed to put up cameras? How are people allowed to protect their property? I think there's just a whole public education campaign there that I think we have a lot of people in our community that would be willing to privately invest in trying to make their alleys safer, make their houses safer, so long as they know they're not going to run afoul of the law. And so I don't know, wherever that is in your priority list, I would just recommend adding it, that education piece I think could be really useful.
Certainly, council member, and citizens can put cameras up on their property. The one thing they need to be careful of is where they're pointing, because across the street into the neighbor's bathroom's not going to go over well, nor is it legal. But if you are monitoring your door, your yard, and it catches the alley, that's all perfectly legal. And again, we will ask for it, or I hope people will say, come and look if there's an issue. And understand our burden of proof. We have to be able to identify somebody and put together a case that's winnable for the prosecutors.
Thank you, Councilor Gillick.
Just comment, I'm sure it's heartening to see the good trends. I know so many staff and council members put so much work in getting the resources to you, and it's good to see that it's going to. And I hope the morale is good in terms of the staff. Yeah, I guess the other stuff piece for the jail we'll deal with that another time. So.
Yeah, thank you, council member. And I would say morale is good. The attitude is good. The work ethic's good. The people that have resigned from the police department of late didn't leave mad. It was stuff. And then retirement, I mean, they're 25 plus years, so that is what it is. The other thing I would say, and then I'll step away, Mayor, is that, again, very, very proud of the culture of the police department and where we're at, because we really want to develop leaders and leadership at all levels. And when you look at creating an environment for that, and for lack of a better term, the police department coaching tree, if you will. I got Mr. Rifflin sitting over here. Tina comes from the police department. You have Mark Balter running fleet, and Scott Porsche's up at the airport running the chief position up there. So I think the culture that is established of producing leaders, being ready to take stuff, is very, very proud of that. It's an intangible of all the stuff that we talked about here tonight. So, kudos. I'm really angry with Wyeth for stealing her, but I'll get even.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neese and Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank really the office for all they do out there. I think they do a terrific job. And so I really appreciate that. These numbers that you're reporting are good to see, but I think I'm kind of along with Chris here. Maybe not to 1,800, but I like to see some charts where we actually see where we were when we thought the city was safe, and really how much further we have to go. But this is a good trend, and especially since maybe I'm doing my numbers wrong here, but you're down 9 officers. From what the goal was, 167, correct?
Correct. Again, we're looking to hire 4 safety levy and then replace retirees at a resignation, and then 1 extra, which I didn't count in the 9, would be that 3rd DBA.
Okay, so 10.
Yeah.
So really, for what you've accomplished so far, it's still down 10 officers, and we're looking at adding 10 more officers on the street. Is that correct?
Correct. But remember, so to take the 5 out for because before they retired, they were here and resigned.
Okay.
And you didn't give us the DBA. So when you take those out, we were only down 4.
Okay, only down 4.
Right.
So we're going to get some more, and then we should see some numbers come.
Yeah, as I
back.
indicated, so we have 9 in background right now. 2 of those are post-certified. We had post-certified only interviews, which were 4 officers there. And again, we have academies for non-post in September and January. reserve 5 slots apiece. Oops, excuse me. So yeah, we're moving forward with that, and we'll get those filled as quickly as we can.
Well, that'd be great to see where we are on, as far as how we've bounced back, because we had a really big increase in crime, and I'd like to see where we can get that back to that manageable level. And thank you for the information on the cameras. I think it's important to mention that it's the burden of proof. You got to be able to identify the person. I've heard multiple people complain to me well, the city won't use the video I got. Well, I've seen most videos, and you can't identify anyone on those videos. So they do have to have a high-quality video in order to really help the police department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rowan.
Thank you. Just 2 questions, Chief. I think I would echo all the kudos. This is tremendous work. I know that you mentioned here that you've added a new DVI.
Correct.
And I think you've moved both of them into investigations rather than in patrol.
Correct.
So what's the next step? What's the next most important thing that BPD is going to do for domestic violence?
Well, we're trying to get back to that community where all of the resources were in one area. Conversation that I don't think we finished or even got started was that we used to have that, a community center. Had all the resources. It was over in the Peter Yagan building across from the parking garage over there, and for whatever reason, that went away.
A family justice center?
That's what I was, the term. And so we had a one-stop shopping for all of that. We are working very hard to kickstart the similar program over at the county attorney's office that we have with the city attorney. Really, we're just focused on misdemeanor stuff right now. If we can get that going on the felony side, then we'll be in good shape there. We really would like to get the state agent on board, because that will help us with the strangulation cases, because they want to name or title him as a major case, and strangulations most definitely are major cases. So that will help over there. And then there was a bug put in the air to Mr. Kukulski here about carving out a little bit of space for that family justice center over at the Stillwater building. I'm not sure where that went or whatnot, but so we have the right people there that are trying to move things along. As always, resources, resources, resources. We can do great things with a bunch of stuff, but so right now we're doing okay though.
Thank you. My next question is, I want to hear generally from you on your thoughts about adolescents. How can we do more, both for juvenile offenders to improve their outcomes, but also to make law enforcement a more appealing career for adolescents who are kind of career exploring?
Well, council member, I think to your second question, we work very hard on the education level and the interaction and rapport building, specifically through our SROs. We have 7 and a supervisor there that are firmly ingrained throughout the school system. Great rapport building. We host job shadowing. So we, once or twice a year, we'll get high school students that will come in and spend the day with us, riding and learning and talking about stuff. We have interns right now that have, are either seniors or just graduating, working on statistical stuff for us. So there's a wide range of things that we do to reach out. I think we're very close to starting a junior explorer program. That would be coming out of crime prevention. So look forward to that. And then just a general interaction. As far as the, a good outcome on the other side, once again, not our deal, but, we get them to where they need to be, try to find them the support that they can. That's, again, it's a difficult thing because we're on the front end of that, not the back end. And that's the same discussion we had about the, the crew units, same type of deal. So that answer part of your question satisfactorily?
Okay, thank you, Chief. Appreciate everything you're doing and everything you're crew are doing. Much appreciated. One quick comment from me, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris. On the issue of cameras on traffic control devices, my recollection of that statute is I sometimes worry that we've become too gun shy. I believe the statute prohibits the installation of cameras on traffic control devices for the purpose of traffic control. It doesn't prohibit cameras on our city lights, for example, street lights for traffic control. Now, legislators might think that's a little too cute, so there might be some pushback on that, but just to point that out. The other thing it doesn't do is it doesn't prohibit the use of cameras on traffic control devices for enforcement of other violations. So if the police department really wanted to know who's committing a series of burglaries in a neighborhood, and there was only 2 ways in and out, and put cameras up there, and we knew the burglary happened at 11:34, we could narrow down pretty quickly, assuming that person left, who might have been the perpetrator. So anyway, it's just something to think about, that maybe there's still a role for cameras.
Yeah,
Chris?
certainly. And just in definition, and Karen can drill down on this, traffic control device in statute, basically signs, arrows, things like that. Traffic control signal is a light. So.
Okay, so
depending on how you interpret where you can put stuff up. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll step back.
Thank you. Yes, Chris?
Sorry, Chief. Could you talk a little bit, I know one of the data points we're collecting, but maybe we're not ready to talk about it yet, but could you just touch on, because I thought it goes with County Attorney Twido's numbers, which is, in the way I'm going to describe it may not be right, but it's tracking our officers for the issues that they're dealing with where they would have they would have booked somebody into the jail, but they can't. And so can you touch on that just briefly?
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. And so what Chris is talking about is the number of times that we encounter somebody that has a warrant, a restraining order, or something that's where they're supposed to go to jail, a individual where another agency won't extradite, any type of thing where you have an administrative action that we don't do. And so in 6 months, and we created a disposition for that, and in 6 months, officers have used this disposition 745 times. So 745 individuals, or maybe somebody had more than one. They didn't issue the warrant. They didn't arrest them. They didn't take them to jail. The other agency didn't extradite. They didn't serve whatever paperwork. They just said, go take care of your warrant tomorrow, and sent them on their way. So it is absolutely fair to assume that some of those people reoffended.
Yeah, absolutely.
6 months. Yeah, going back 6 months.
Councilor Anish, you had something to follow up on that?
I did, not for Chief, but for Chris. Chris, we've heard a lot from a lot of people tonight, several from county. Was the sheriff invited to, because he's the one who controls the jail?
I didn't, in all due respect, I did not ask the sheriff, and that was maybe an error on my part. But no, the sheriff was not asked, or specifically was not a conversation we had, and that wasn't deliberate. We didn't deliberately leave the sheriff out, but in conversations with County Attorney Twido and working on the state legislative piece, that's where I asked him to participate, and then he asked me late last week, hey, how would we feel about a judge coming? So I said, absolutely. So it did grow from, and the sheriff was not asked. That wasn't deliberate. He wasn't left out, but it wasn't a conversation we had.
I think it's important that the sheriff understand. I mean, we heard from the judges, they all indicated that the jail was important, and we've known for a long time that the jail was important for the police, but to see these numbers like that is really eye-opening to realize that, you know, that there is a need for more resources there, and I think he needs to see what is going on there. So it'd be nice for him to hear what's going on.
And let me just add one last piece, which is you did get some updates on the criminal CJCC. And the sheriff has been in full attendance at any of those meetings I've at well before I'm there, and he's very engaged in those discussions. So again, it was just where we went tonight. Thanks.
Okay, Chief, thanks very much.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, that concludes then our staff presentations, but not our opportunity for public comment. It looks like, do we have any Councilmember Ewald, former Councilmember Ewald left us a while ago? Okay, so we'll open up for public comment on any of these public safety presentations. Item number 1, is there any public comment on those items? Any public comment on those items? Then we'll close our public comment period. Finally, our Safe Routes to School plan update. We'll turn it over to Elise, unless there's any sort of introduction. Elise, you need no introduction.
Well, I'm actually giving the introduction, so
okay.
I'll serve as the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Elise Monat. I'm the active transportation planner. I think there's maybe one or two of you I haven't met. I am here we're talking about kind of another public safety thing, which is getting kids safely to school. And this is our Safe Routes to School plan update. We've been working on it for about 10 months, and we're going through adoption right now. It will also go to the county commissioners. It's been to the planning board, our technical advisory committee, and then on July 19th, it's going to go to our policy coordinating committee for adoption. So tonight, Sarah Schooley is here to give you a quick, about 10-minute presentation, I think, on the plan. And then we'll be coming to you next week to request a recommendation of adoption to our policy coordinating committee. I wanted to mention Councilmember Purinton graciously served on our committee, and she was a great asset to that. And one question Councilmember Neese had was, this plan only looks at the 22 elementary schools in Billings Public Schools. We are doing a kind of phase 2 study where we're going to look at other schools within our metropolitan planning organization area. So that will include some of the county schools in our urbanized area, some of the private schools, and then the SD2 middle schools. Just kind of with the caveat that, of course, we have to get their participation to do that, but we will be reaching out to all of them. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah, welcome. We apologize if you've been hanging out there in virtual land waiting for us to get to you, but we had some other very important things to deal with, so appreciate your patience.
Yeah, you're welcome. I learned a lot about Billings that I didn't know over the last hour. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Going. Do you all see a presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. As Elise said, my name is Sarah Schooley, and I am a senior planner with Tool Design. And we had the fortune of helping Elise and the Billings team put together the Billings Safe Routes to School plan update over this past year. So today I'm going to give a pretty brief overview of the document, how we got there, and what's in it. So first, I would be remiss to pretend like Tool Design did all this work, while in our offices. But really, so much of the work and so much of the support happened with the team that put this together. So as Elise mentioned, we had the Technical Advisory Committee, which consisted of folks from all the organizations listed on the slide. So we had, of course, the MPO, the city, Public Works, but we also had Riverstone Health, Healthy by Design, Lyft, and of course, we couldn't have done it without Billings Public Schools that had a couple of principals on our Technical Advisory Committee, as well as their transportation staff, which were really essential in giving us some insight that we, both as city staff or nonprofits or advocates in the area, would not have known. So we started this plan about 10 months ago with a couple of goals, and these goals are pulled straight from the RFP that the MPO put out about a year ago. And so the 5 goals, the first was to evaluate current walking and biking conditions for students. The second was to identify barriers or issues that might discourage students from walking or biking. The third was to recommend policy and programmatic changes. The fourth was to develop a list of prioritized projects. And then lastly, we created walking route maps for all 22 public elementary schools. And I'm happy to say that we completed all of these goals within the last year, and I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about those. So first, I just wanted to give you a high overview of just what's in the plan. So this is the table of contents. As you can see, it's a long document, but really a lot of it is in the appendices when we go kind of school by school and offer those resources. And so I think, and this was confirmed by a couple comments from the Technical Advisory Committee members, that it's actually a pretty easy read and a really easy document to use because it allows you really to skip around and use the document as a tool versus something that you just stick on the shelf. So we have an introduction just about the program to familiarize everybody with everything. Then we go into programmatic recommendations, then project recommendations, infrastructure toolbox, and the school walking map. So I'm going to walk through each of those things just to give you a sense of where we are. So let's start with those programmatic recommendations. So I don't know how familiar you all are with the 6 E's of Safe Routes to School, but basically it's a conglomeration of words that start with E. So it's equity, engineering, enforcement, encouragement, that really makes the whole Safe Routes to School program work. And while a lot of people, when they think about Safe Routes to School, they think about that crosswalk that goes in or that signal that happens, so much of the whole Safe Routes to School program is essentially that. It's the program, it's the education pieces, it's the collaboration pieces. And so we would really be remiss in putting together a plan without talking about programmatic recommendations and how we can improve the whole Safe Routes to School operation that way. So we have 4 programmatic recommendations that we put forth in the plan. The first is to build, define, and leverage partnerships. As you all may or may not know, the Safe Routes to School program is kind of a flat organization. There are a lot of organizations and a lot of individuals who are involved. And while that brings a lot of strength to the program, it also can bring a little bit of confusion and some gaps that need to be filled. And so really this build, define, and leverage partnerships is about figuring out who's doing what and making that consistent and known across the program. The second one is to create a Billings Safe Routes to School toolkit. And this is really about consistency. So right now, if any of you have kids in school, you may or may not even know the Safe Routes to School program exists, or you may be leading a walking school bus. Like there's a whole spectrum of participation that happens depending on the school. And so really by creating a Safe Routes to School toolkit, each school starts with the same baseline. And so each school starts with those recommendations and process pointers for how to start a walking school bus or how to do a bike train, so that schools that may not have that super interested parent or gym teacher have a starting place and can be consistent across the program. The third part is to build an inclusive education campaign to encourage walking and biking to school. And this is really to enhance the knowledge of the program in the community, as well as identify the issues that are really discouraging kids and their families from walking and biking to school and turning those into education moments. And then lastly, we really want to consider impacts on students walking and biking when creating and updating school policies. So Billings Schools, like all school districts, has a ton of policies. A lot of them are not related to walking or biking, but a lot of them do impact the ability or the willingness of students to walk or bike. One pretty obvious one is when school boundaries are changed. That can lead to pretty large impacts with kids' abilities to walk or bike. Another one are the dual release times or the bus schedule, the safety bus scheduling and implementation. Those sorts of things where walking and biking isn't the priority, but those policies can impact it. Those are the policies we really want to think about and want to make sure that Safe Routes to School is at the table when those policies are being discussed. So for each of these programmatic recommendations, we have a table like this in the document. So there's the broader policy. So this is that 4th one that looks at evaluate different policies. And in this, we have an action, timeline, metric, partners, and then showing of the E. So I'm not going to go into all of these in details, but I just want you to know what's in the plan that you can look at later. So then from there, we have our program recommendations, and then, of course, the part that people see on the ground and always love to see on the ground are those projects. And so the project recommendations we did for each of the 22 schools, and we came to these projects in a variety of ways. So one was that the Safe Routes to School team, so that was 4 of us from Tool Design, and Elise did walking audits at all the elementary schools over the course of the week in September. And so what that means is that we were at each school either at arrival in the morning or dismissal in the afternoon. So we could watch how things work, watch sometimes how things didn't work. And then we also did about a half-mile radius walk of the school, thinking, that's where kids are walking to and from. So if we expect kids to be walking or biking safely and comfortably, that radius needs to be safe. It can't just be right in front of the school. Along with doing those walking audits, we did an interactive online web map that was open to the community for a couple of months in the fall, and we got a lot of really great comments. I think it's something really important to note about the web map is that because, some people are more likely to go to a web map than others, none of the projects that we selected for the schools were there purely because there was the web map. There was something else that made that project appear, whether it was the site visit, whether it was, an old Safe Routes to School plan that projects haven't gotten implemented, or something from the staff. The other kind of third and, to me, most interesting component of the project recommendations came from our interviews with the principals. So as we visited each site to do our walking audit, we also interviewed all the principals from all 22 elementary schools. And we got some really interesting news from the principals. The principals know all the kids, they know where they're walking from, whether they walk, they know what the real issues are and what the perceived issues are, and have some really interesting insights. So we were able to talk to all the principals, get some project ideas and recommendations from them, and a lot of them also pointed us to the crossing guards that we tried to talk to as we could during arrival and dismissal, as they're really, the eyes and ears of what happens right in front of the school every day. So that's how we got to our project recommendations. And so for each of the 22 schools, we have a map that looks like this. So this is Alkali Creek. And basically what we're seeing here is specific locations where there's some sort of issue that's discouraging students and families from walking or biking. So if you look at that table across the bottom, there's that variety of issues. And then you have the project number and then a general category of proposed project type. Now, looking at this, you might also wonder, why didn't we just assign a project? Why didn't we just say that needs a rapid flashing beacon or that needs a crosswalk marked? So I think it's really important to note that this is a planning level document. We looked at all 22 elementary schools. We were out there for a week doing the site visits, but what we did not do is, traffic counts or ensuring that there's the warrant that's needed to put in a signal or a stop sign. And so before any project happens at any of these locations, engineering will really have to do some additional internal analysis before things are implemented. And so that piece, we're trying to make that connection of these are the issues, these are the sites, these are the types of projects, but we realize that this project isn't quite at that stage of assigning an actual thing on the ground. And we really made that decision and made that approach under the advice of Billings Engineering Group. So, they really were instrumental in this approach and this plan. So another piece of this, we have the types of projects and the concerns, but we wanted to help the Billings engineering folks kind of make those connections between, if this is the concern, then what are some initial ideas for what we should put on the ground? And that's the next part of the plan. So the next part of the plan is the infrastructure toolbox. And so Tool Design was kind of founded doing Safe Routes to School work about 18 years ago. And so we have a lot of experience understanding the different types of infrastructure that you might find on the roads and how that can be used to improve walking and biking, particularly for students. And so the infrastructure toolbox includes, all these things that you see right now on the slide, a variety of crossing treatments, street treatments, signs and markings, signals, and a couple other things. And basically, what we did here is we walked through each of these types of infrastructure improvements and gave advice on why you would put this certain thing here. Where could it be installed? How much does it relatively cost? And how long does it take to install? And then where we could, we gave some references and resources as well as an example in Billings. And so the hope is that the engineering crew and the folks involved with the Safe Routes to School program can take that list of locations and then take this infrastructure toolbox and then kind of mix and match depending on what that engineering analysis and that next step finds out. So that's how those projects and locations match. But that said, there are some locations that I think are really important to talk about and some that have a broader impact than others on making the general environment and the streets for students in Billings safer and more comfortable to walk and bike. And so that's really where we're talking about project impact. So this is kind of where the rubber hits the road in the document. And what we're trying to do here is not only kind of categorize projects, but also help the city and the MPO decide kind of which projects should go first, like which will have the biggest impact on the system if they get done. And so we put together a suite of criteria to help us rank the projects. And so we have traffic safety, feasibility, demand, and equity. And you can see here on this slide a very broad generalization of how we determined all these criteria. And I think it's also important to say that there could be a bazillion criteria that we could use when we're determining which projects are most important. But when you're making good criteria, you want it to be replicable, and you don't want to add additional effort in making Elise go out every year and recollect all this data. We want data that's there, we want data that's easy to get, and we want data that we know is reliable. And so we kind of brought it up a level and thought about that when determining what the criteria are. So with traffic safety, as many of you probably know or have maybe experienced in the past, speed is really the primary determinant of how severe a crash is going to be. And so that's really what we wanted to look at was the speed limit. And I acknowledge that the speed limit is not always what people are going, but it's the data that we have at the moment. There's also the roadway classification that we're looking at, which is about half of that traffic safety score. And the roadway classification is a pretty good proxy for the number of cars on the road as well as the width of the street. And so this speaks to, more cars, feels less safe and comfortable for kids, and also it's a wider crossing distance, which isn't fabulous for kids. So that's where traffic safety comes in. Then thinking about feasibility, we put three things in there. One is whether it's a ped crossing, sidewalk, or an ADA improvement, because there's a pot of money set aside for those things, so it makes it a little bit easier to implement those sorts of projects. The next part is whether it's in the 5-year CIP, knowing that if it is, then the city or the county MPO has already thought about it and has committed to it as a project. And then lastly is whether it's in an adopted plan, is another way to show political support for the project. The next category is demand. So with demand, we're really looking at what's the probability that there's going to be a lot of kids using this. And so with that, we looked at the number of students living within a quarter mile of the project, which we were able to get from the school district. And then lastly, equity is a fundamental E of the Safe Routes to School program nationally and in Billings. And so we looked at two pieces of data that the school district often uses to also determine how to equitably distribute resources. So we looked at that free and reduced lunch percentage at each school and the percent of students of color at each school. So then using these criteria, we made the most giant table you hopefully will ever have to look at in a plan that ranks all the projects and gives them an overall score using those 4 criteria of traffic safety, feasibility, demand, and equity. But it's also important to note that while, we rank them, so for this, Orchards project number 6 ranks 1 above Miles number 2. Anybody that has worked in government knows that things are often not that logical, where you can really go from the top of the list immediately to the bottom. So because of that, we put the projects in tiers. So basically a high impact score, medium impact score, and a low impact score to give the city some flexibility with where within those rankings they can work. And so ideally, first, the city and the MPO would really be looking at those high impact projects. But if, the 15th project on the list, if that's ready to go for it. Don't wait for projects 1 to 14 to happen. So we allowed that ranking to happen to give us kind of a short-term, medium-term, and long-term plan. Okay, so finishing up here is the school walking maps. And these are a bit separate from the plan. There's something that the Safe Routes to School plan update asks for, and I think are really important, but don't quite have as much kind of evaluation and kind of hard criteria work as the rest of the plan. So basically the school walking maps, we have 1 for each school, and the intent is that they would be handed out at the beginning of the school year or sent home in Thursday folders and posted online. And it basically gives students and their families just an idea of where are some good places to walk and bike. So here's an example of Arrowhead Elementary Schools. And the maps, are fairly simple. They show a 1/4 mile and a 1/2 mile radius. They show where there's trails. They show where the crossing guards and signals are. And then we worked to make kind of draft or make recommended walking routes based on where that existing infrastructure is. Ideally, these maps, when they're printed, will be 2-sided, and so there's a walking and biking tips that will be put on the back of the document. And this is also a great way just to let people know that the Safe Routes to School program exists. So it's a bit of a marketing tool as well as an educational tool for students and their families as they're planning their travel to school. So with that, I will wrap it up. And so once again, I'm thrilled to be able to present on this. It was a great project to work on with Elise and the Technical Advisory Committee. And I'm really excited to start seeing some of these projects happen, hopefully in the not too distant future. And with that, I'm open and willing to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Skara, and thank you for everybody who's worked hard on this great report. I found it quite readable as well. I'll start off with some questions. We'll go to Councilmember Tricky, go around that way. Again, a reminder to Council, we don't have to resolve everything tonight. We'll have another opportunity in 6 days from now when this is back on a regular agenda. But Sarah, I wonder if you can comment on the unfinished infrastructure projects from the 2011 study. I believe page 13 of the most recent report says that those projects that were not completed were given consideration in the current list. But it seems like you kind of started from scratch, and I was just curious, since there really isn't an appendice that has the list of old projects and ones crossed off, what you can say generally about what was accomplished in the last 11 years. Was there a clear list of those projects for 11 years ago? And did we complete 25%, 50%, 75%? And Elise has also come to the podium. She can comment as well. So however you two want to handle that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that might be more of a question that I can help answer. When we were putting this together, we worked with Public Works, and they went through the list of, they actually did the plan in 2011, so they went through that list and marked off projects for us. And then if they were, I didn't include like site issues, like if they were talking about, this is how people are traveling around on the school site, because Tool Design did their own observations and things might have changed in the last decade. But besides that, we carried the projects forward. I'd have to go through on the list and count for you what percentage of those projects were finished, but I can definitely do that.
But can you generalize in any way?
I would say Public Works did a good number of them. I guess I don't feel comfortable saying one way or the other, but I can count for you tomorrow and get back to you.
Okay, but for the meantime, a good number. All right, Councilmember Tricky?
One of the things I didn't notice a mention of in this report is wayfinding signage in order to find and know where the routes are. It would seem that that might be a good mesh with the trail wayfinding signs that we had.
Yes, thanks, Councilmember. And maybe Sarah can chime in with this as well, because I know Toole has a lot of experience with this. But one of the things about school wayfinding signage is that, the kids are going to the same school every day. So after a little bit, I think, Sarah, you can chime in, but I think generally, it's useful for a little bit, or maybe when the new kids are getting started. But sometimes it might not be quite worth the investment. Is that your assessment, Sarah?
That is exactly right. That's a pretty low return on investment. Usually once, I don't know how many of you have children in elementary school or had children in elementary school, but it's pretty much once you have your route or two, you're doing it every day. So really putting up wayfinding signs isn't super useful. I think the maps fulfill that role, because the maps really allow them to look at how to get from home to the school instead of just how to get to the street. I know, with the different sorts of bicycle infrastructure around Billings, I think that's where wayfinding may be more helpful as people are trying to navigate the city as a whole. But as for just that home to school trip, wayfinding isn't a great return on investment.
Follow up, Councilor Tricky?
I was actually thinking about it more in terms of traffic control, because if somebody is driving through the area and they see that this is a safe route to school route, that changes their awareness of what they should be looking out for.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. And I know Healthy by Design has done some initiatives, kind of exactly what you're talking about. They created those sign toppers for some of the safe routes to school, so definitely there's a place for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Tidswell?
Great job, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Purington?
Thank you. Thanks, Elise.
Thank you.
And thanks, Sarah, you as well. So my questions are, because you did work so much with Public Works, that it would be nice to see that overlap with the current CIP and what some of these projects are moving forward. Because as mentioned in the report, financing some of these are going to be huge. And then also, what is School District 2's buy-in to this? I think there was a mention in one of those that they had the walking school buses, or walking buses, I think is what they call them. So to me, that's something that the school would do, that the school would initiate through their parent-teacher association or something of that nature. So I think, going through a lot of this with, the meetings and everything, I see where the city has a role in providing sidewalks, possibly some signaling, depending on what those routes are. But just as we mentioned, those other partners to me are really big. It's a big piece of this. So the question that I have for you right now is, whenever this comes back to council, what is the expectation? You just want us to approve the adoption of this so that we move forward and we keep, reevaluating? And how often do we do that? Does Sarah's Tool Design do this for us on a long-term contract? And where does that money come from?
Yes, thanks, Councilmember. So, Yes, so you're correct that the school would be involved with some of the kind of more programmatic things. I guess I should explain, there's a Safe Routes to Yellowstone County Safe Routes to School Committee. I sit on that committee. There's representatives from Healthy by Design, United Way. We have a parent. I'm probably forgetting some people, so I apologize. But so that committee is where I really see the programmatic recommendations happening. So they're kind of more equipped to do that type of thing. And I definitely help with that, but I'm not the only one doing that. So in terms of like getting the toolkit together so that, it's easier to form a walking school bus, I would think that's something they would do. And in fact, the Riverstone Health has already started to put together a toolkit for a walking school bus, just as an example. In terms of the CIP, in that table, it lists whether or not the project is in the CIP, so you can check those for each of the projects. Can you remind me what the rest of your question was?
Probably not, but I think it was mainly that overlap or the overlay with the CIP and what, if, we do have them in CIPs, but with your, with the going forward, how those are going to be in that priority with the CIP. Did it change the priorities within the CIP? And how closely we're working with Public Works to do that?
Yeah, so the project impact list, we worked really closely with Public Works on that. And as Sarah mentioned, that was really their idea to have some flexibility. If, things are already in the CIP, then it really makes sense to do that project right now because you can save so much money on, project mobilization and things like that. So I wouldn't say that it changed the CIP, but whenever they get to those locations, they have said that they will consider, projects to make it safer for kids to walk and bike to school in those locations.
Mayor, I would just add, if the council adopts the plan, then certainly a staff responsibility is, as we're doing capital improvement planning and as we do budgeting, bring to your attention where the resources do or don't exist to implement that plan.
But how long would this plan continue on, Chris? I guess is what I'm saying. Is this, it's not an infinity sort of thing, so there's got to be a finite, I don't know if it's a contract or whatever it is with Sarah's organization.
I guess I would look, if you could help with what the contract and the scope of work is. I'm assuming there was a scope here.
Yeah.
Once the plan gets adopted, I would assume there were.
Yes, so our contract with Tool Design is for the plan. So after we go through adoption, then Sarah will kind of essentially be done. I'm sure, she'll check in from time to time and see how things are going and provide guidance if we, go back to her and ask for it. But then once the plan is adopted, it really becomes, our collective property, I would say, where it's up to the city or in some cases the county or the school district to implement these projects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Shaw.
Could I add one bit to the answer for that question?
Go ahead, Sarah.
So I think when we're thinking about using this plan, not indefinitely, but a lot of times Safe Routes to School plans might be kind of a 5-year plan or a 8-year plan. And I feel like a lot of times those timeframes are chosen just because cities change, priorities change, school boundaries might change, all those sorts of things that might make things a little bit different in 5 years than they are now. And what we really tried to do with this spreadsheet that determined how the projects are ranked is make that criteria and make that data really easy to get. And so as part of this project, I'll be turning over that spreadsheet to Elise. And so as a new CIP happens, those scores can be easily changed. As new percentages of free and reduced lunches come in, those can be easily changed. So this can be a really living document, and really that prioritization is like a snapshot of what's happening right now. And so that implementation, can change and can be adapted as things change into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gulick?
No real comment other than say that, I mean, I grew up at a time when about 50% of the kids were walking or biking to school, and it doesn't surprise me, but it's still alarming to see that 11% as recently as 2017, I think it was, and so I'm pleased that the community, the city's looking for ways to help improve that number. So I look forward to adopting this plan.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. When I grew up, I didn't know there was any other way to get to school. Maybe horseback or something. Councilor Renese?
Well, when I went to school, I had to walk uphill both ways in a snowstorm.
That we all did, yes.
So anyway, I am glad to see this plan come forward. I'm really looking forward to making sure we implement some of these things, and I think I've advocated for this for a long time for our missing sidewalk program to be, look at this plan first before they spend funds. And hit those programs there, and that's really the best use of those funds to give our kids a safe route to school. I am a little concerned, and I'm sure that, again, this is just a plan. I'd like to make sure when I think about safe routes to school, I kind of figure, yes, they're going to be off the street, but some of these, for instance, I look at Alkali Creek, they're planning some trails which are in the trail plan as far as that being a route through school through some of these trails. I've been on some of the trails that the parks take care of, and they're usually overgrown. I would not send my kid to school through one of the trails, and that, so it would be very concerning. We want to make sure that we understand if we're going to pick a route that's off of a visible or highly trafficked area, that we make sure that it's going to be a good, clear, maintained program on that. So that would be my only comment. But yeah, I think it's great, and I look forward to phase 2. So the rest of this, some of the residents who miss out on this, when they attend other schools, we can be participating in that.
Thank you. Councilor Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I have a somewhat similar concern. I think the piece that I see really missing here is in some cases a little behavioral analysis or a little behavioral understanding. So one of the comments is in here is that the Kiwanis Trail doesn't get used much, which is in my ward. And that's true. And there's a perception among parents that it's not safe. But that doesn't make sense. I mean, the alternative is we're walking down Bench, which is incredibly busy, and crossing at Wicks with no crossing guards there. So understanding why people are coming to these conclusions, why they perceive a particular trail or a particular route to be more or less safe, I think would really make this analysis more robust.
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, please.
I was going to say, I think that's a great point, and maybe that can be something that the school or the Safe Routes to School Committee looks into in the future, is kind of doing a deep dive into some of those. Once again, our partner Riverstone Health and Healthy by Design has done kind of great work doing exactly what you're talking about and interviewing people and figuring out kind of more of the behavioral issues behind things.
In strategy 4 here, there's a number of recommendations to change school district policies. Do you know how those were received by the district?
They were received well, I think. There was obviously some consideration, I guess, that, some of these policies, while they impact safe routes to school, they're not only about safe routes to school. So, of course, they said, like, for instance, the visual check policy, they said, that's kind of best practice at this point for keeping kids safe, but they were definitely open to considering other things, just keeping in mind those other factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm really waiting for a paradigm shift, because I've been at 3 schools where the principal has gotten on the PA system and called out the kids who weren't using the safe routes to school, or who were messing around or playing, because people watch and they call the principal and they say, oh, that little kid, and they know the names, wasn't walking to school. They were playing at the side of the street. Kids are responsible for getting to school safely. Where are the parents, and where are the people who are driving? How many times are drivers expected to slow down and help keep kids safe? Not very often. And unfortunately, I have been at all schools where the BPD have pulled over cars who are speeding in the school zone, and sometimes their parents. So I would like to see kids be able to be safe by having drivers be responsible and not kids being expected to be always the safe ones. Their brains aren't yet developed. There are a lot of different reasons why kids won't understand how to be safe, where drivers who are licensed and insured and drive very expensive property should know how to keep kids safe, but they don't. And that's where I'm waiting for the paradigm shift. I'm waiting for drivers to be reminded that they have the responsibility to keep kids safe. Kids are reminded at school all the time through in different ways that they need to be safe. I want to hear drivers being reminded to keep kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Elise, that brings full circle. And Sarah, thank you again for your work, and sorry to keep you so late.
Thank you.
We'll open it for public comment. If there is any public comment on item number 2, the Safe Routes to School Plan Update, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period on that item. Item 3, of course, we've moved off. Chris, our land use work session discussion number 4, you were looking for possible meeting times to carry on that conversation. Can you remind us where we're at with our homework on land use issues?
So first, we'll do some scheduling moving from the flexibility from this evening. Thank you. I think everybody would have been thoroughly exhausted to try to tackle another one. So be patient with us, because we're going to have to slide some things off of the 18th to put it there. For this discussion, similar to tonight, I mean, and I think we've talked about this some since the retreat, the value in getting to have these kind of more casual interactions and bringing people to work sessions. So that's very much what the planning office wants to continue. If you remember, was it back in April that we did that first session, in part because you were starting to see a barrage of planning, annexations, zone changes, and subdivisions start to come through. And I think for the benefit of our economy, you're going to continue to see that, I hope. So we had I really would hate to wait till August. I think it would be really good in July to do this. So I think we really have 3 options I like to throw out. The first one is a regular meeting night. You know, it just kind of, I've seen this throughout my career. Sometimes council meetings get really stacked up and the work sessions have lots of flexibility. Right now, the work sessions are very full. And the council meetings, the next few, aren't too bad. So on July 25th, a regular meeting night, I'll be able to determine the first preliminary applications or agenda items are due Thursday of this week. If that agenda remains light, my first choice is going to be to put it on that night, and for us to possibly even open a council meeting, gavel down a council meeting, and then enter into a work session where we have a more of this kind of a discussion. But I did want to throw out, and I know, totally being respectful of work schedules and calendaring during the school year, for some, it's not an option at all. In the summer, I'd want to ask, July 27th is a Wednesday, July 28th is a Thursday. I don't know. Just like tonight's effective conversation, I think when you're full after a whole day, sometimes everybody's fresher in an afternoon or a morning. So not mandating it. I just wanted to feedback from you guys whether those should even be considered or not. Like I said, I know some people have Councilmember Tidswell travels a lot with work. So wanted to get feedback. Stick with Mondays, stick only with evenings, or do the 27th and 28th, if we can't do it on the 25th, is that morning or afternoon worth considering?
Were there any fifth Mondays of the month that we could add to it?
In August the 29th. So I really hope we don't have to, I mean, we can, but really hope we don't have to wait that long. So a reminder as to what we've done so far. We got into zone changes, kind of that background, and you guys gave a fair amount of feedback as to things you wanted to see us spend more time talking about. And then the next big bite at the elephant is just as big as zone changes, because it's subdivision review. And subdivision review ends up getting into not just land use planning, but infrastructure, streets, traffic plans, traffic studies, and parkland dedication. So we really want to have a couple more sessions over the next maybe 90 days, 60, 90 days, I think, to tackle these issues. Is it okay to start with the 25th? If the 25th doesn't work, is either the 27th or the 28th, either of those worth considering? Would you really like us to stick to evenings? I don't know if those 2 evenings would work either. We'd probably stay away from Tuesday evenings because planning board meets Tuesday evenings, so some of the same staff are there. So a Wednesday or a Thursday evening is another option.
Those are Wednesdays and Thursdays, so those are okay for evening, 27, 28.
Okay.
Okay, so the immediate question is, or the default is just try to combine this on a regular meeting on the 25th. I assume there's no objection to that. So that's definitely goal 1.
Yep.
But if that doesn't work because it gets to be too long, I guess council, what individual council, who could not make it on the 27th or 28th, feel free to comment, raise your hand. These are people who can't make it on those 2 days.
Just one of them.
Okay, why don't we start down here, just thoughts, response to any of these. We'll just start, Councilmember Shaw.
I can make either the 27th or 28th during the day work or at night, as long as I have like a week's notice to get childcare.
Okay.
And my preference would be, I don't love 4 or 5 hour meetings. I would way rather have 2. If the 25th meeting looks like it's going to be too long, I would rather not double up on that night and add another night. That's my preference.
Okay, Councilmember Gieler?
I can do evening of 27th or 28th, but daytime is challenging.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Neese.
I would say evening of 27th or 28th, and I agree with Councilmember Shaw about the 25th. If it goes too long, I'd rather have a different night.
Councilmember Owen?
I can't do the 28th during the day, but I could do the 27th or the evening of either. But, I mean, if it's not on a Monday, my preference would be to do it during the workday.
Councilmember Joy?
I'm available.
This is a doodle pool.
I'm available as long as school is not in. That's anytime.
Okay. I have no preference. I'll just work around other council members. Councilmember Trickey.
I can work around any date except for August 3rd.
I'm out of the country from the 22nd to the 31st of July. I'll do anything we need to do in August as far as flexibility.
Okay. Okay. So 27th, 28th during the day, Ed, that'll be a challenge for you. Kendra, as long as enough lead time, and Councilmember Owen, preference is day rather than another evening. Okay. And the goal here will not, correct me if I'm wrong, Wyatt, we're not trying to finish all the rest of the land use discussion in one more meeting. It's to not have 4 months between each of these land use discussions. So we were really targeting the 2.5 hours is what we were targeting to have this next discussion. So thank you for that. We'll the 25th will be option A, and then we'll in the next 10 days figure out if it's going to be a different schedule than the 25th so it can be on calendars. And it's okay when we miss somebody, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any public comment on that topic? No. So that's closed. Back to you, Chris. Anything you want to highlight in the way of future agenda items that we haven't already discussed?
I don't think there's too many surprises in your packet on the land use issues. Things have run pretty smooth for next week leading up. You obviously got tonight's discussion on safe routes to school. So I don't think there's anything to flag a particular thing. So
Okay, very good. Items, any public comment on that? No. Okay. Council discussion. Any items, general council discussion? Councilmember Purington?
Going to Helena was quite the experience. It is a good experience. And Scott Twido was the one that really encouraged me to go because he said you never hear from council members. So if you have an opportunity to do that, even just via Zoom, I mean, it's not as impactful, of course, because, to sit and listen and then to be able to visit with some people before, after the meetings, it's good. So if you have that opportunity, I would really encourage you to do that. One of the other things is that this coordinating committee that's going on now in the county, I believe that was started with Scott Twido and some of these other people. And the city has been, other than the chief, has been pretty much the last one, I think, to come on board. Because I know I was trying to get Judge Kohler to come, and I think you just started coming this last month. And I know the commissioner's on it, the sheriff's on it. So I would suggest strongly that 1 or 2, 3 council members go to that if they can, because I think that they're doing things that directly affect us in the city. So I don't think we should, I mean, we're just as elected official as a county commissioner. So I would suggest, because I was going to ask the commissioners for, to let me know when the next one is, because I would like to go, and I want to hear what they're planning. And I know that they're working hard, and it's going to take time to get some of this stuff done. But I think we should have a voice on that committee.
Chris, could you comment on that specifically? Could you give council members notice of when those meetings occur? And do you think that it would be any perception problem with the rest of the committee if council members more or less randomly showed up?
So first of all, the easiest piece is to let you know when it is through the weekly, absolutely. Let you know when the CJCC meetings are. They are public meetings, so you are welcome to attend. There are folks who have specific roles around the table there, but there's always an ask for any general comments or feedback. So I would agree with the idea of attendance. It's a good thing. There's more accountability when folks are sitting in the room paying attention. And then I would remind folks, it's not our meeting. It's not the city's. We're an important player, but the court system and then the whole criminal justice system are the folks who are there. And it's not, I don't mean this in a downplay at all. This is not unique to Billings. CJCC exists for obvious reasons in at least the communities I've worked in, and I think they exist. It's a common need for collaboration for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Tricky, Councilor Joy?
I would just add, in case there's any public out there that's actually listening at this point, that if you go to ledge.mt.gov and you look for the committees, the interim committees, there is a place on there where you can click on and put your email or your cell phone number in, and it will send you notifications of the meetings and important things that are going on there.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just like to give Director Zeller and the city administrator and all the different people who worked on budget presentations a compliment. I was reading the a newspaper about the county budget, and I can tell you I learned not very much about the county budget from reading that. I really think it's very important for us to provide correct and good information to the public about our city budget, and you've done just an excellent job of doing that. People can find out what we did with our ARPA money. They can find out what we did with our CARES money. They can find out how many FTEs we're adding. I know that most members of the public are not as involved to want that information, but the presentations and the work that was put in by staff to give correct information to the public and to us as council, I'd just like to thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. There's two items I'd like to have council maybe consider discussing. One is, and of course, I think about these at times, but then we get emails, and recently we got two emails. One was about fireworks, and I think there's some things that we can do, maybe discuss about that, and if the council's in agreement with that, maybe address that in some fashion to where we actually allow fireworks in the city for a period of time. I think there needs to be some discussion about that, talk to some of the department heads, find out how other cities have done it, and look at doing that. And that the other is the recycling. Within the city, there are great options in recycling, and you don't really know about them until you really start either searching around and asking your friend and find out what you do. There's really not a good option. A lot of times people think it's the city's responsibility for providing a recycling program, and in the Billings it's not. And I think if we could have some way to point people who are inquiring about that, if they're looking at the city, then we can kind of give them ways to where they can recycle and utilize or reuse their items and things like that. So those are two things that here recently came to council in emails that I've thought about often, that I don't think we provide enough information to our residents on, and then also how we can maybe help with the cycle of fireworks, whether we can try a program a year or two to see if it actually will curb some of the usage outside of certain hours, and then allow it. So I'd like to hear what other council members think of those two.
I'd like to say amen to the recycling issue. It just comes up all the time, and spend a lot of time providing that information. So if we had a centralized place where we could keep it updated, refer to private sources, explain why the city does what it does and what it doesn't do, that'd be great, just to save us time, I think. Councilmember Shaw? This is just to respond to the fireworks issue. I have been talking with Chris about this for probably 6 months, and so we've been going back and forth with different directors. There's not been really any progress, but we're meeting tomorrow, so we can discuss it again and then bring it back and let everybody see what the resistance has been.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, any other items of council discussion? Any public comment on non-agenda items? No, so we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And the great C major viola quintet. Join us for the next broadcast from the Chamber Music Society of Lincoln Center.
Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock.
Strauss began work on the tone poem Ein Heldenleben in the summer of 1897, at about the same time he was writing the piece that opened our program, Don Quixote. It seems Strauss considered these two works to be something of a pair. Indeed, both pieces are built on psychological profiles of would-be heroes, and both, too, are thought to have autobiographical implications on the part of the composer. Now, the extent to which Ein Heldenleben is autobiographical has been the subject of debate ever since the work's premiere in Frankfurt in March of 1899. Author Michael Kennedy may have summed it up best when he wrote, quote, "Those who sought and found in this piece only Teutonic megalomania overlooked Strauss's sense of humor. What he was really portraying was not a military or nationalistic hero, but a Kapellmeister whose enemies or adversaries are the music critics and whose battle, when it comes, is with them," unquote. Giving weight to Mr. Kennedy's argument, as he also points out, is the composer's use of quotations from his own works, illustrating the hero's works of peace. Though Ein Heldenleben unfolds as one through composed movement, it is generally thought of as being divided into 6 smaller parts. The first of these, subtitled The Hero, outlines the hero's life and work. Then we have the hero's adversary.